Others? Any follow-up, Mr. City Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, everybody. I do not have any follow-up to bring forward tonight.
Okay, anybody else?
Just a question. So I did watch the meeting last week, and once again, we spent an exorbitant amount of time on the parkways. Not to delve into those tonight, but the question is, are there any more amendments coming before the third reading on that, or are we set to move?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not aware of any other amendments.
Okay.
So I think it's possible that we won't have any additional to consider.
I think we will have some, I've gotten a bunch of emails, so there will be people, I suppose, coming, and we'll hear them out before we vote, but I mean, most of the ones I got literally were in favor of it, so.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so I guess we'll see what happens.
Sounds good.
On the topic, so that I don't bring it up with council around the table then, I do have some clarification, maybe I need to bring it up to council around the table, but I do have some clarification that was asked of me on the amendment that we passed, so whether or not we have a new amendment, I don't have anything like that in mind, but I did have some folks that were looking for some clarification on the amendment that we did pass. So,
The amendment or the resolution?
the amendment.
There was an amendment.
Basically, the amendment said if you have a 12-foot driving lane.
Oh, that's right. That was some of the other things that brought up, because the guy that spoke at our meeting,
Bruce.
Yep.
It was Bruce. He reached out to me and he said, hey, Poplar, because of that extra lane by Walmart, the street's really wide there. He said, so technically we couldn't park on there. He said, but we have to, Bruce. He said, we can't park on the street. And he said, so with that rule, that amendment that you guys passed, he said, what are we gonna do? And I said, I'll bring that up and ask for clarification. So.
No problem.
I thought about that today because I drove by there and was looking at it. Basically, that amendment says 12-foot driving lane and an 8-foot parking lane, and he has no parking lane.
So he would be
by the fact
okay
that he
then.
has no parking lane,
Okay.
he ought to be okay.
That's fair.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the clarification that, I was trying to get was, is that amendment going to eliminate the ability to do this in some of the specific areas that we had been talking about doing it? Is it gonna now create a situation where we again have some spots that can?
I think that'll actually work, because even on 12th and 13th with there's not 8-foot of park space there available after the lane, so it
No.
should. I didn't realize that the 8-foot above the 12.5 was on there, so.
And actually, what it says, because Mr. Henley's office legal smithed it, it says 24-foot driving lanes with 16-foot of parking.
Oh, good.
I believe that's what it, yeah, yes.
Hi.
Yo, you guys look like you all official area. I thought I walked into a.
We are.
We're-
gonna meet.
We're finishing up,
We are council people.
we're finishing up, council meeting follow-up.
I was celebrating that the ex-mayor is running the meeting again, so I thought I better dress up for it, just for the record.
You look nice.
Thank you.
Anything else on council follow-up?
Does that solve your people's issues?
It does.
I think so.
And I'll reach out to
Okay.
him before our meeting next week to make sure that it does, but I'm sure
Tell
it does.
him that you and I talked about it, because
Well,
he
he's
called.
probably watching, because I told him I was gonna bring it up, and then,
Oh, okay.
thank God Amber did.
Because I just thought about that today when I drove back by there again. I'm going, wait a minute, they don't have an 8-foot parking lane.
Yeah, I'm sure he's watching right now, so
Okay.
I'm assuming it will take care of it.
Okay.
Okay, anything else from council? All right, so we'll move on to the Fort Wyoming Center and Hogan on Management Contract Amendment. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. We are coming on to the time where we need to consider formally the amendment that extends our relationship with OVG for the operations of the Fort Wyoming Center and Hogan for another 5 to 10 years, depending on where we go with Hogan, throughout that contract period. And so we wanted to be sure that there were no other questions or any other discussion or homework or whatever that would ostensibly need to take place. In that, we're hoping to formally consider and approve next week. Is that right? The 5th? Yeah, okay. If I could, Mr. Vice Mayor, defer to Zulema to give us a quick rundown of some of the major tenets that we've already discussed previously and any other new ones, Zulema, that we may need to apprise the council of. I'd sure appreciate it.
Okay. Celine?
Vice Mayor, Council, thank you for giving me the opportunity to refresh your memory. So we came and talked to you about it in February of 2022, said we've already been engaged by OVG 360, formerly Spectra Venue Management, to look at an amendment that would extend the management agreement for both the Ford Wyoming Center and Hogan food and beverage services. And so since that time, the terms have not changed with the exception of one that is kind of a big deal with regard to Hogan Basin. Over the last season, Brad and I have worked really hard together to sort of address some of the concerns and complaints that we were hearing regarding Hogan food and beverage service, to align the hours of operation in a way that seemed more agreeable for the skiers and the operation up there. And so we're actively working on improvements that we think will prove to be fruitful and beneficial for all involved and will satisfy the customer base that we rely on up there. That being said, we recognize that it may not be a perfect marriage, and that we may at some point in the future need to sever ties and go in another direction for food and beverage service. And so we utilize this amendment as an opportunity to give ourselves an escape clause. Certainly all city agreements afford us the opportunity to terminate an agreement. The existing agreement, however, had some pretty strict stipulations on under what circumstances we could, and we really wanted to be able to say it's just not working out if that were to become the case. It's not a good fit, whatever. There's no real tangible reason from a financial standpoint or a legal standpoint. We just don't think it's a good fit and might need to move on. That being the case, though, we recognize that that could be a detriment to Spectra OVG 360 and their business plan moving forward. And so we did tentatively agree to an early termination fee if we were to exercise that termination for no cause agreement. So if the termination happened during or before fiscal year 24, then that early termination fee would be $15,000, which essentially is their management fee for the year. If it happened in FY25, it would be $7,500. If it happened in FY26, it would be $3,750. No fee if we terminate after that date. However, we would be giving up the additional $50,000 capital contribution that they're willing to provide us on July 1st of 2027, should we stay for the entirety of the agreement. So that is the major change. The other terms stayed identical to what we proposed in February of 22, with the exception that we've had some unexpected priority shifts from a capital standpoint. And so the $350,000 contribution, which they will now be making on or before August 1st, since it'll be after July 1 when we formalize or accept, when you hopefully formalize or accept the agreement, we did shift priorities and redirect some of those dollars to replacing the audio equipment, which unfortunately had some challenges during CNFR. So, and I would welcome any questions that you have about specific terms.
Councilman Nell.
I have two. So first, the food and beverage issue, is that because of the night skiing now that's creating the issue and not having food for the customer, and wanting to provide better for them? Is that the issue, or is it something different?
Vice Mayor, Council Member, I'll try to address that, and then I'll bring Brad in if he wants to add anything. So when night skiing started, we actually amended the agreement with OVG to extend the hours of operation so that we could serve alcoholic beverages until the ski area closed. That being said, of course, they are trying to strike a balance financially with being open every hour that the ski area is open and being able to serve our customer base effectively without taking a big loss, having staff up there when there was no customers. So finding that balance has been challenging, but it's something that we're working through. But the direct answer to your question is no. It's not that night skiing caused a problem, it's that the hours of operation were not necessarily aligning with what OVG felt like was worth the investment of staff and time up there to not take a loss for the overall operation.
Well, and as a follow-up, I wasn't taking a hit on the night skiing because I've heard nothing but great things about it. So that, I was just curious. And then my only other question is more of a follow-up. I believe I read if we were to cancel the Hogan agreement with OBG 360, that doesn't affect the event center. That's a separate contract, right?
Vice Mayor.
Just for
Councilman,
clarification.
That is
Okay.
completely correct. If we were to terminate the food and beverage portion for Hogan, that would in no way impact our relationship with them to the Fort Wyoming Center.
Councilman Cassidy.
Speaking of the food and beverage now, who is running the reservations for Hogan? Like for, well, the event Sunday? Who schedules those things?
Vice Mayor, Council Member. So OBG 360 does manage all rentals up at Hogan, and then they cater the events as well. So they offer the food and beverage service in addition to the rental services. They set up the facility with all of the tables and required amenities for whatever event is hosted up there.
So if we were to cancel the contract, we lose that scheduling and that as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Councilman Gamble.
Thank you, Acting Mayor, Vice Mayor. Councilman L, you brought up the night skiing. I just thought it was, I meant to bring this up during one of our last meeting. For anyone that's curious about more information, I really liked the meeting minutes for the Leisure Services Advisory Board meeting. It was on page 133 of our last week's packet. It talked about how night skiing went, how typically during the day it's about 70% skiers, 30% snowboarders, but night skiing I guess was the exact opposite. A lot more snowboarder heavy, so that's interesting, I think. They thought there'd be an increase in injuries, but there weren't. So just some interesting anecdotes about how that's been going. So anyone that's curious, I'd encourage you to read that in our packet from last week. My question for you, Zulima, is I appreciated the historic information about the city management of the Fort Wyoming Center going back several years. I didn't see that for Hogan Food and Beverage, and so I was just curious what the contrast looks like between when the city was managing those services and since Spectre has taken over. You know, we have the income loss statements since Spectre took over, but not when the city was managing it, so didn't know if anyone could provide that.
Vice Mayor, Councilmember, thank you for that question. So when we opened the new lodge, OBG 360 has been the only operator of the food and beverage service since the new lodge opened. Certainly under the old lodge, I believe we managed our own food and beverage, but it didn't seem fair to compare that because it was a completely different operation back then.
Okay, thank you.
Can I defer to Brad real quick? He just wanted to answer part of your question.
Yeah, Councilman Cathy, you mentioned about the scheduling and whatnot. Yeah, we do oversee all of that for all the events in the building, and just wanted to show that, you know, our ski season is our biggest challenge, trying to get that figured out because of the hours and what's going on. But as far as the wedding season's going and our special event season, we have that dialed in very, very well. We had a wedding there this past weekend, 140 people. The food and catering bill alone was over $20,000.
Oh my.
Yeah, it was a fantastic wedding. And right now we are honed in at anywhere from 15 to 18 weddings per year in that venue. So that's, you know, that part of it's going very well. The ski season, the challenge is the extended hours. And what we saw was that our afternoon food and beverage sales just kind of shifted to the evening. So the evening did fine, but it took away from the day. So we're trying to get that honed in, look at those hours, working with Zulima and Chris to come to a solution that'll work for all of us.
Councilmember Paul.
Thank you. Another difference that I'm seeing between the two, in the existing contract, we have 10% of net profits as an incentive fee and proposing a 25% of net profits for special events delivered. I'm wondering if there's a distinction being made now between overall net profits and special net profits and sort of like what that breakdown looks like or is projected to look like.
Vice Mayor, Councilmember, great catch. So yes, that is a change, and the new amendment does define special events. So we have base business that we consider at Hogan, being the weddings, being meetings, being the holiday dinners and the special sunset dinners that are already hosted as part of our kind of base business model. Then you get into special events where we're hoping to host concerts, fairs, different events like that. And that is where the distinction would be made. If it is a special event, then Spectra would enjoy that additional revenue for those events delivered if we are profitable for the entire business year.
Oh, does that mean then that there would not be a profit share on the base business side of things, the weddings and that sort of thing? Okay.
They would just be paid their management fee.
Sure. Okay.
Councilman Nelson.
Just one more question, please. Brad, the folks that you have working up there, are they city employees or are they employees of OVG 360?
Councilman, no, they're employees of OVG 360.
Okay, thank you. Because I know the event center is opposite of that, correct?
No, they're all OVG 360.
They are as well?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor, Councilman, just to be clear, the operators of the ski area, however, are city employees. And so you've got a mixture
Okay.
up there. But, the runners of the lift and so on.
But the burden you're under is for the part that your employees, okay, gotcha.
Right.
Thank you.
Yep.
That's what I was trying to clarify.
Yep.
Yes. Back when we initially signed the agreement with Spectra, Bruce, when we initially signed the agreement with Spectra, part of it was to retain the city employees that they would roll over to be Spectra employees. So a lot of the longer term employees up there were originally city employees that were rolled over because we didn't want the city employees to lose their jobs.
Any other questions for Zelina? Okay.
Thanks for all your hard work.
Thank you.
I
Thanks.
know there's a lot to it.
So you need direction to moving it forward?
Mr. Mayor, that would be helpful, and we'll be ready Tuesday night for a formal
We good?
deliberation.
Moving
Yes,
forward
sir.
with it?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, we'll move on to the 1 cent funding recommendations, Mr. City Manager.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the council. Tonight is the night that we wanted to take some time with you to review a staff-prepared proposal as it relates to, what we recommend pursuant to the $64.5 million that we believe will be collected throughout the life of 1 cent number 17, if it in fact passes in November. And with that, there will be some, assumptions that are made and some challenges that we faced that we want to be comfortable you are good with. And so this conversation will be really helpful in that regard. Secondly, if council is comfortable or pursuant to whatever direction you might give tonight, our job would then be to prepare a resolution for your formal consideration that would essentially be the contract with the community as to how 1 cent number 17 would be spent should that proposal pass in November. And so this is kind of a two-phase discussion, obviously. Tonight is just kind of the nuts and bolts with regard to some of the recommendations that we're making here. We have our department heads here tonight to discuss in any level of detail that you would like pursuant to the projects that make up these categorical spends, if you will, so that if indeed we do need to make some changes and so forth, you're aware of what projects and so on would need to be sacrificed or moved and so on to make up other financial changes that you might have in mind. So a real nuts and bolts discussion tonight. Any direction you have for us will be really helpful. Any homework you'd like us to take up, of course, would be welcomed as well. And so with that, if I could kind of walk through our model here a little bit, I'd like to turn some time over to department heads to hit on some of the major projects we have as a part of these numbers, and then go from there. That's okay. Good. So with respect to the model that you see in front of you tonight, we tried to accomplish a couple things. Obviously, with regard to the recommendation that you see here in this column, that's obviously the big part of what we're doing here. But the other thing that we tried to accomplish was create an empirical model that gives us just a real objective view with regard to the two major sets of direction that we got in our input gathering phase of this process. You can see here, we tried to translate what it is that the citizen survey told us by way of priorities and so on numerically in this column. We tried to translate what you told us, and thank you, by the way, for participating in that, numerically in this column. And with regard to what you see here, we placed these two on top of each other with council's direction having a little more weight into what it is that we feel like we're being told to do, again, right here. So the challenge for us was to try to represent our recommendations in line as much as we could with regard to the empirical model that came as a result of these two directives here. We included 1 cent 16 here only as a frame of reference so you can kind of compare to what we did. The biggest distinction that you should be aware of, and you probably already picked up on, is that 1 cent 16 generated 58 million that we allocated with the resolution you passed 4 years ago. We're suggesting 64.5 with regard to the resolution we'll be bringing forward to you either next week or soon thereafter. And so we tried to tie everything obviously out to that number. A couple major themes that I want you to be aware of that we had to work around based on what we think would be your direction, and obviously that's why we're here tonight, to make sure we got it right. We got the sense, of course, that streets was a fairly significant priority for you in this round of 1 cent funding. And so you will see here that we were able to put together $21.8 million over the next 4 years for streets projects, as well as streets equipment. That compares to 19 million that we were able to put together for 1 cent 16, both in the form of repairs and equipment purchases. If you'll keep an eye on this number right here, pursuant to the streets discussion, you'll get a feel for what that means in terms of hardcore streets projects each year that the 1 cent 17 cycle is underway. Bear in mind that for 1 cent 16, we spend on average about 3.5, 3.8 per year. So while we feel like it's an improvement, it may not be enough. And that's why we sort of brought this variable out so you could see how that translates with regard to what your preference would be. Okay? With regard to that, obviously we had to do a lot of adjustments to try to, allocate more funding into this category, particularly in comparison to what we think the empirical model represents for this category of spending. You will note that 13.6 is actually less than what we put together for 1 cent 16, and we didn't think that that would be satisfactory enough with regard to what we think the priority direction from you might be. So that distinction is important to note, and obviously in comparison to that, you have a pretty good frame of reference as to what that looks like. Another couple distinctions that I think you ought to be aware of. Public safety is represented here with these two entries. You will hear in a minute that the majority of these requests are sort of their bottom line rolling stock requests from this distribution. However, we also included in fire, I believe about $1 million with respect to design for Station 1. If we had included Station 1 in its entirety in this program, this would be about $12 million greater. And so we didn't think that trying to build $12 million into this program would work given the constraints we have here in terms of what we would ultimately collect. So does this build Station 1? Obviously not. It helps us design it, however, and that we think is an important step to consider. Another couple distinctions you will want to be aware of, stormwater. The empirical model suggests about $4 million dedicated to stormwater. We did not think we could meet that requirement, if you will, or that suggestion, or whatever, and still fund streets to this extent. Particularly given some of the other demands that we are facing in some of these other entries, the likes of which include transit. Transit's a big support from 1%. As you can see, as it relates to the 1 cent 16 cycle, it's a little bit more, and we basically built that increase in there because of the way in which fuel drives this cost category. Fuel is a big expense, aside of course from human resources, that that this would ostensibly support. So that's part of the reason why you see the difference. And I would tell you, going much further down below what you see here would be problematic in terms of finding that subsidy, if you will, elsewhere. Another big assumption that we made here that you need to be aware of, and I'm sure will take up a lot of our discussion, and there's still a couple more, but this number here is probably pivotal for you. It certainly lines up with regard, roughly speaking, to the empirical model, but when you consider what you spent in 1 cent 16, this would suggest, this entry, a reduction in the subsidy that 1 cent provides both water and sewer. If you'll keep an eye on this figure right here, the 2.6 is what you spend, or are proposing to spend anyway, on an annual basis for water and sewer projects moving forward for the next 4 years. You get to determine how that split works. You will notice over here that that's been about a $3 million subsidy between water and sewer, and you probably remember that that split has been along the lines of 2.5 to water and 500,000 to sewer. So part of what I'd like to hear from you tonight is how you'd like to see that split up across water and sewer. If, of course, this number stays like it is now, annually. Another thing to be aware of is with respect to perpetual care. You'll notice that the empirical model suggests $2.4 million to be added to the $30 million that we have set aside in perpetual care. I did not get the impression that that was something you wanted to see in the model. And again, if we did try to meet at least somewhat closely to what the empirical model is suggesting, I would tell you we'd have to take it obviously out of some of these other categories. And obviously streets, water are the biggest consumers of 1 cent funding. The combined value of public safety would probably be the next, which is in line with regard to the broad priorities that your community identified as to where these dollars should be spent. Community programming is certainly going to be something you're going to want to talk about as well. In this circumstance, you might think, okay, well, we've got $3 million to work into a grant program, and I would say that's not exactly correct. You did have $3 million in 1 cent 16 money to work into a grant program, over the last 4 years. We are actually not proposing that nonprofits be requested to come apply for dollars from the 1 cent 17 process. However, that doesn't mean that we don't have dollars set aside for some of our nonprofit partners over the next 4 years if this should pass. You will notice as we go through this that this $3 million, for example, is inclusive of the swimming subsidy that you guys, or your previous councils have suggested be included. This is also inclusive of money going to the NIC, which is helpful because that building is actually owned by the city, albeit operated by a completely separate entity. We also have some dollars going forward to the Child Advocacy Project, which is really important for us because they do a lot of our PD interface with some of our kid victims, that our child victims that we don't necessarily have the expertise to do as good as they do. And so that's a pretty critical relationship for us. This also includes money going to the Housing Authority with regard to operating Life Steps Campus principally. We also have some funding here going forward to, what else?
Trails.
Say again?
Trails, we have.
Trails, but that's not actually in this category.
It's Master Gardener.
Master Gardener, thank you,
Where's
which is
the,
actually a UW program, interestingly enough.
where does the public health money fit in?
Public health is actually through the general fund.
Okay.
Yeah, so you've got that covered in a separate entry altogether.
CNFR though, I think is in there too.
CNFR, yes, thank you.
122,000.
That would be the 122,000 that we provide to OBG to help put that program off exceptionally well. That's right. But just to be clear, the trails money is actually up here as a part of this 3.1 here. So that would be another community program I would suggest that ostensibly could be added to this figure here if you want a full sort of value representation that 1 cent 17 would include as far as our proposal is concerned. But what you don't see is just a $3 million outright give to nonprofit entities in the community to say, hey, come see us about money you might need. That is not a feature of this proposal, and I want you to be aware of that because you may decide to change that in some way.
So, what you're really saying is we're gonna be doing away with the community promotions program.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, I would say community promotions is alive and well. It is a feature of a different partnership that we have with Visit Casper. And you guys did provide funding for community promotions during the very recent budget cycle that we just concluded. So that funding is also through the general fund. And again, you've already essentially given that to Visit Casper.
Travel and Tourism Board
And that
just
committee.
approved those allocations this afternoon.
But that was only the $25,000, not the other mid-century million, yeah.
Councilman
I
now.
have 4 different questions, so I don't want to overrun everybody, so I can do one now and one later. Okay, good. So I'm really curious when it comes to roads, street repairs, 21.8 million. Now I know that is for, Andrew, it's not only for roads, it's for equipment. So I guess for me, I'd want to know what the breakdown is. How much equipment needs to be bought? How much can we actually put on the ground and fix the roads in our community? Because that's the big driving force I know behind Kyle, myself, and a lot of other people. How much pavement are we actually going to get in the ground? How much of that 21.8's going to be gone for equipment? Second part of that same question is, how much of that's subbed out and how much of that are we able to do in-house to maximize those dollars? So that's just question number 1, but we'll stop there.
Okay, I can tackle that, and then a little later, I'd like Andrew to kind of stand up with you if we could and walk through some of the projects specifically that he has in mind. But the short answer to your question is, thank you, 4.8 per year in hard asphalt projects, $650,000 per year in equipment replacement. Okay, so the hard asphalt projects right here, and all of those will be subbed out. We do stuff internally, but that's typically patchwork and sometimes our own parking lots, and that's about it.
Is that substantial enough for our community over a 4-year period, when you consider the state that our roads are in right now?
Let me take a shot at that real quick, and then maybe we can dive into that if council prefers. But
Chicken.
the measure, Mr. Mayor, if I may, that we typically keep our eye on is that Pci Index Rating that we get.
Right.
you'll recall that that's at a 59. The number that we need to move the dial on that 59 is actually 8 million a year. And obviously, that's not that figure, right? We're short. If we need another 4.5 or whatever, it's going to have to come out of here somewhere. And that's going to be a significant challenge. I don't know what to recommend as far as trying to make up that number. If you want to keep at least a modicum of some of these programs going that these numbers represent, you're going to hear more about that in a little bit.
Well, it just as a follow-up, it seems really frustrating to spend almost $22 million and we can't even move that 1 point. That's just really frustrating. So is that are we approaching this the right way, I guess is my question.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, I think that is an incredibly fair question. You're going to hear, however, here in a little bit, what we have to give up if indeed you want to inflate that number more. The harsh reality of our environment right now is $4.8 million is not going to go as far as it did 4 years ago when we started 1 cent 16. And that's what really reeks about this proposal. 4.8 is not going to buy us what it used to.
Councilman Gamros.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Carter, for that information. I imagine there'll be an opportunity to talk more about this a little bit more at length later in the meeting. But since Councilman Nell has brought up the point, he is right. I share his thoughts. I was thinking that same thing, that the 4.8, although I'm glad to see it's higher than 1 cent 16, my guess is adjusting for inflation, it's probably about the same figure. So that was concerning to me. Looking into this, thank goodness that Pete ignored the spreadsheet I sent him because I botched mine all up. But one thing I do stand by in it was I think I had streets allocated more closer to the $30 million range because I just, I don't want to be like somebody that's singularly focused on one issue, but I do have this strong belief that for us to be a responsible council, we should be meeting the absolute bare minimum of maintaining our infrastructure, and it really bothers me that we're so far off on just maintaining that 59 out of 100, not even pushing the noodle above it. Folks have identified in the 1 cent survey, 2 out of 3 said streets is very important. It sounds like since we've been keeping track, streets is always at the very top of that. And so I guess in my mind, as we consider allocating these funds, to me, as painful as it may be for some of the other categories, the bare minimum is my belief that we should be meeting. And so I guess as we talk about this more later throughout the evening, I would really like to see, and I have some ideas, I'll hang on to them if we'll have opportunities later, but I would really like to see what we can do to get that to that $8 million figure just to maintain roads. Otherwise, we're continually putting ourselves in a position where our streets are getting worse and worse every year, making it harder and harder for future councils to bring them up to an acceptable grade. Those are my thoughts on it. Looking forward to talking more about it throughout the rest of the meeting. Thank you.
Councilmember Sutherland.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yep.
Yep.
You bet.
I can hear myself. Okay. If it makes sense to just flag this question and address it at a later time, that's totally fine. But Carter, you mentioned that the community assistance at $3 million, that's now, under this recommendation would no longer be available. Can you just tell us a little bit about the history of that number, and what the impact of that might be? And I mean, for me, one of those priorities is understanding, voices that may be less loud, or less represented. And so I would like to know, what does that really mean in practice? And is that a reflection on other resources coming available in the area, which I think we're aware of, but just a little bit of history about that number, that would be really helpful.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the question. The city has been doing community-based projects for a long time. In fact, I would say with 1 cent dollars since probably the mid-'80s. That doesn't necessarily mean that we've had a grant program since the mid-'80s, but it does mean that we've been partners in community projects for a long I can tell you over the last, number of years, there have been solicitations in front of the council that probably dates back some 20 years, if you will, as it relates to the various 1 cent cycles we've had over the last 20 years. To answer the second part of the question, I would say that part of the reason that we felt like we could divest some of these funds into things like streets and maintain the subsidy, even though it's not as high, obviously, for water and sewer, was because even at this point in time, we are in a different spot as a community in terms of resources that are available for nonprofits than we were back in 2018. There is a marked difference. Whether or not it's enough to carry the day pertaining to the recommendations that we see here in 1 cent 17 is a very important question, particularly if you do want to see $8 million a year dedicated to streets. Because I'm not really sure how to do both as it relates to creating a grant program that I would suggest be entered here, just for sake of the operation of the chart. And still maintain a modicum of what you see represented here today. So in terms of some of the uses that we've deployed with 1 cent funding throughout the 1 cent 16 process, Fleur, could I ask you to help us with that part of the question?
Would you like me to, sorry, would you like me to tell them what organizations we did give to?
Right.
Okay.
1 cent 16, yeah.
Sure. So we had Seton House, Youth Crisis Center, Food for Thought, Food Bank of the Rockies. We did University of Wyoming Extension, United Way, Self-Help Center, Science Zone, the Library, Meals on Wheels, the Health Department, Mercer House, Joshua's Storehouse, Interfaith, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, DDA, Children's Advocacy Project, Child Development Center, Senior Services Center, which is the Senior Center, Casper Sports Alliance, Ski Patrol, CASA, Boys and Girls Club, and ARC in Toronto County.
And that represents about $3 million?
$3,052,000.
Total. Yeah, not per year, but total. Yeah.
Councilmember Sutherland, you had a follow-up?
I do. Thank you so much. That's really helpful to know. And I guess I think, trying to think about the beyond the numbers also, it seems to me that if we were to remove those dollars, is there also a missed cooperative opportunity that comes with that, in the sense that in terms of those grants, the mechanism, was that creating a relationship between the city and these organizations that was providing value that was beyond that of the grant? And is that something that we should take into consideration if we strike, that funding pool from this 1 cent 17?
Mr. Mayor. Councilman, that's a very important insight, because I do think it created some relationships that were sustaining for some of these nonprofits. Council will remember that a lot of these relationships that Ms. Tremmel just identified do include supporting their operations, and were in fact subsidies of their operations. Some were not, some were capital based, but primarily what you heard from that list is a full-on subsidy program with regard to a number of these nonprofits. And so, does that mean that they die and go away if in fact those dollars are not available? I don't think we need to jump off that bridge, but I do think that there will be nonprofit agencies that will feel that absence, if you will.
Councilman Kathy.
Thank you.
I noticed we've cut, and this throws another monkey wrench in it, but we just went through all of our utility rates, and we built into that model $3 million a year, which says that water sewer should be at 12 million. Now, where are we going to make up that difference for the ratepayers. Are we gonna turn around now and only subsidize it, so we'll go in the hole this first year and then have to throw, in essence, another $100,000 or whatever per year into a rate model to make that up?
It'd be 400,000.
Well, no, it's 100,000 a year.
Would
That's
be,
what I was
you'd be
getting.
lacking 1.6 of the 12 million, that's 400,000 a year.
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilman, that's an important question as well. What I would tell you is that this particular nuance as it relates to water and sewer will not start until 2024, the fiscal year 24. And so as far as what you've recommended by way of subsidies through the rate model period that we're in right now, you will not have that implication from 1 cent 17 until a later fiscal year. In which case, certainly, the rate model will have to accommodate a different mix
Okay.
at that point in time.
I just wanted to make sure that within the next year, we weren't gonna wind up in a bind on our rates that we set, so, okay.
Councilman Gamera.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Are we going to go through category by category and hear from department heads? Are we going to have the opportunity to ask questions about each category from the department heads? Because I, and I'm sure many other council members have lots of questions, but I'd like this meeting to kind of stay organized and kind of on track. So just curious if that was the format of the evening.
Mr. Mayor, that was certainly my hope, that you would entertain a visit with each of the department heads.
Well then, follow up, please. I would advocate that, sounds like we all got questions, so I'd love to get the program started and, start off at parks and playgrounds or wherever we may start, but we'd love to hear from department heads and have the opportunity to ask questions in kind of a structured manner. Thank you.
So if there aren't any other questions about the model, I'd be happy to take that direction, if that's council's wish.
Anybody else have questions?
Sorry, Councilman.
Oh, hey.
I'll let the department heads go ahead and then they answer as we go.
All right, well, if we could turn the time over to Zalima. She actually has the
Yep.
first two categories as well as a couple others in there, so maybe she can tackle all of them.
Vice Mayor, Council. Okay, so in starting in our parks and playgrounds proposed program for you, probably the biggest spend that we're requesting, two. The first one would be what is necessary for our fleet replacements. So we really tried to focus on what operationally we absolutely need in order to provide service to the community. And then we also tried to focus on improving amenities, maintaining amenities just to a level where they're safe for the community to utilize. So the first entry here is for equipment that would support parks operations, cemetery operations, and our urban forestry operations. Of course, weed and pest does fall under the Parks Department, but that is fully funded by a mill levy, so we did not incorporate any weed and pest equipment into this request. The other is in the form of trails. So of course you know that we have a strong partnership with the Platte River Trails Trust, by which they strive to maintain existing trails that are most often owned by the city or on city property, as well as to expand the trail system throughout the community. And so you'll note that in one set number 16, that funding was $1.5 million. And in order to meet all of the demands, we brought that down to $1 million, but we do feel like based on the, community survey, that trails ask is pretty important and will be needed in order to at least maintain the existing trail infrastructure that we have. In addition to that, we are asking for $300,000 that we can invest in parks irrigation. Now this is in addition to the $610,000 project to add remote control systems to the irrigation network. But this would be actually to replace broken pipe in the ground, sprinkler heads, those kinds of components that are not tied to the control system throughout, all of the parks, and we'll probably utilize those dollars for the cemetery as well, which of course we made a specific cemetery irrigation ask that in the end we were not able to fund. The other is playground equipment and amenities. So I can tell you we have a list of, I believe, 6 playgrounds, and I can certainly give you the names of those playgrounds that are 30 years old. The components of those playground structures are starting to deteriorate. In some cases, we've had to completely remove them, and because of the age of the playgrounds, we can't get replacement parts. So we may have to take out a tube or a slide, and are not able to replace those components, so the playground just stays on whole until we are able to replace the whole structure. And unfortunately, playgrounds cost about $150,000 to replace, and in this community, we only have one ADA accessible playground where children with disabilities can enjoy a playground facility, and that's at Wells Park. So in this proposal, we are hoping to equip another playground within the city to be ADA accessible for those children. And then special and miscellaneous park upgrades. That is a category that will encompass improvements to special parks, such as our skate park by the Boys and Girls Club. Also includes any of the park conversions that you might like to see based on some recommendations that hopefully will be coming forward from our Leisure Services Advisory Board. That also includes improvements to things like tennis courts, incorporation of pickleball courts, some of these special amenities that user groups have been really fighting for pretty hard. And so it's an opportunity for us to maybe at least start to fund some of those specialty parks, including the disability park. So those are my primary parks projects, and I can certainly entertain questions or go into a little bit more detail if you'd like to hear anything more about those.
Good. You get Kyle, looked like he had a question. Then
Councilman Gamera.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Special miscellaneous park upgrades, $350,000. I believe you said that included conversion of courts. Would that include the $200,000 for the pickleball courts over on Beverly that we were discussing the other evening?
As Mayor, Council Member, likely not. It depends on the timeline by which we may or may not be able to get that work completed, but I'm guessing that that's going to be outside of this timeline.
Okay, thank you. And then follow up. The ADA accessible playground, I thought it was my understanding that we were partnering with nonprofits like potentially the Rotary Club of Casper. Is that for this project that you had in mind, or would this be an additional project? Like, is potential nonprofit contributions part of this, or no?
Vice Mayor, Council Member. So to answer your first question, yes, we have gotten a tentative commitment from the Rotary Club to fund about $125,000 worth of playground improvements. 50,000 of which would be allocated to an ability playground. We're determining the appropriate location, but one of the ideas that was floated was City Park because of its central location. The remainder of those funds, though, they have requested be directed towards Adventure Playground in the Crossroads area, because that is an area that Rotary has invested a lot of support for. So, so they have requested that. Now, that being said, you know, we also intend to use these dollars as well as any dollars that we are able to get from private donation as match dollars for grants that we intend to pretty aggressively apply for. So we have to have some dollars to be able to contribute as match dollars if we're going to choose grant opportunities.
Thank you.
Councilman Cathy, did you have a question?
yeah. On the on the trails, how much of that million is for maintenance versus expansion?
Mayor, Council Member, really I think you can help us determine that. Historically, it was a $1.5 million allocation, 800,000 of which was maintenance, 200,000 of, no, I'm sorry, Blair, can you help me out? I think 200,000 of it was administration, I do know that much.
Yes.
800,000 may have been new trails, and then the balance was maintenance.
Well, there's a
So
follow-up.
500,000.
My concern is we're trying to figure out how to maintain streets. They keep expanding, which is driving our cost up. There's got to be a point that we've got to stop expanding and start maintaining. And that's been my issue all along, is we've spent $500,000 to make 2 10-foot sidewalks on the Poplar Street Bridge when one would have been fine. We are spending, that's out of our money. We are spending money now to build a bridge over the river to connect Robertson Road with Paradise Valley. I mean, it just never ends. And we're sitting here talking about our streets, and a lot more people are using our streets than are using those trails.
Councilman Nell.
Thanks. You caught me off guard when you said the pickleball and the tennis courts weren't, this is a 4-year projection. So what you're telling me is the pickleball courts, the tennis courts, all that stuff, that's beyond the 4 years?
Vice Mayor, council members, so the pickleball proposal potentially for Highland Park in conjunction with the school district and what they're doing in that tennis complex would be before once that $17 become available. This ask does include the potential for additional pickleball courts at Mike Cedar, which have been proposed for several years now, as well as potentially converting other underutilized tennis courts such as Huber to pickleball only.
Well, as a follow-up, like Mr. Cathy said, with our main, and a lot of us feel the same way on streets, I would be against even spending money to put more pickleball courts in Mike Cedar. I think one set of pickleball courts in this town is more than enough when they can only use them 3 months out of the year. I don't think the following for that is, we're not in Arizona, so it seems to me that a lot of these could be scaled back, and we're going to be looking for money. And I don't want to just pick on your department, because I'm going to be after everybody up here, Zalima, just so you know. But if we're looking for another, what looks to me $11 million to get to where we need to be on our streets, some of this stuff's got to go, in my opinion, and that's what we're here for, right?
That's exactly.
I mean, there's a lot of, I've heard you say a lot of, well, what we'd like to do. Well, that's real hard money, and we don't even know if that's ever going to come to fruition. So I guess from all the departments heads, I'd love to see just a much sharper pencil on things that are actually that are needed, that are going to get done. It's like Steve said, we have so many trails around here, and my wife and I utilize them. We don't need more trails. We just need to maintain what we have. We have so many. And so unless we want to just build trails all over the place, a lot of this stuff needs to be cut. And I think all of our department heads really need to go back. I don't know how quick this has to be done by us, but there's just a lot of fat, in my opinion. And we're only on category 1. So please don't take offense to those comments. I'm just trying to do my diligence here and find the $11 million we need there. And I know we're going to even be short on the water and sewer, and something's got to give. And all these wants, these streets are needs to me. Water and sewer are needs to me. A lot of this stuff isn't a need, it's a want. And I would love to see a distinction between the two so that we had a better idea of, am I making sense? You understanding what I'm saying? Okay.
Councilman Gamrod.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. First, I concur in part with the comments from Councilman Nell and Councilman Cathy in regards to, we have lots of important things that we need to prioritize, and while I wouldn't agree that, I think there's opportunity to develop our trail system. I think that's certainly a movement heading in that direction, that people want to use more trails, and so would love to build more trails. I also think it's important to recognize that, at least in my short experience on council, it seems like the majority of the trail building is through utilization of TAP grants, which we get a 9-to-1 match. So yes, we do have other priorities, but when we can bring in 9 times the amount of money from state grants or federal grants into our community, it's just one important consideration for us to make. That being said, I also think we on council have a responsibility to sharpen our pencils. For instance, last week, and I'll take partial responsibility for this because it was something I intended to do, was to pull off the consent agenda, the Wyoming Boulevard side path, which we as council approved on consent agenda last week, to apply for applications that would require us to put up a match of over $200,000 to build a trail along Wyoming Boulevard. So that's something that we passed that, you know, I guess if we're having regrets in hindsight, you know, that's an opportunity for us to have sharpened our pencils is what I'm saying. And so, but I do concur with the statement that we have a good trail system, and I would be more focused on maintaining that trail system as opposed to expanding it, at least until we get like streets where they need to be and stuff like that. So I would agree in that sense, but I do think it's important to recognize that a lot of this trail building is bringing in money from outside our community that we wouldn't have otherwise, and so that's what makes it tough for me to prioritize. Yes, I think streets are more important, but we don't get 9-to-1 matches for street projects, and so just an important variable to consider. Thank you.
Councilmember Pollock.
Yeah, expanding on what Councilman Gamroth said, streets aren't the only thing that's being underfunded. So, I mean, I hate to see draconian measures to, we got parks that are being underfunded that are, you know, that need equipment, all of these things. So I think that in every one of these spots, we have some things that are being underfunded, and we really are in a maintenance situation for nearly everything that we're doing. And in many cases, a deferred maintenance situation. So I think, yes, I think that we should be prioritizing maintenance over expansion, adding new things, except in instances where we do have opportunities to access other funds. And I'm guessing that was a lot of thought process that went into the approach the departments took, but perhaps Zulema, you can speak to it a little bit in this instance, and the next category that you're going to speak to, and other department heads as well. I think that's going to be the question that we have in front of us is, like, what is maintenance, what is expansion, and if it's expansion, do we have other funds on the hook? Do we have obligations? I don't know if we have an obligation to our partnership with Trails that we are responsible to fund in order to keep partnerships going. You know, like, some of the dollars may not be, you know, just X amount, and it'll be, you know, at liberty to do that. So I guess if we could get clarity on those things, I think that would be helpful for me as we go through the rest of the categories.
Vice Mayor, Council Member. So I'll attempt to elaborate just a little bit further. So understanding under the special and miscellaneous park upgrades, our tennis courts are not in good condition. They will need to be rehabilitated to be playable, to keep them playable and safe for people. So whether we reconstruct them and paint them as tennis courts, or we reconstruct them and paint them as pickleball courts, is really no cost differential. And that's just a vector of the community that's been asking for some amenities, right? So I certainly Mike Cedar would be an expansion, and we don't have to consider that. And in fact, that project is not, I mean, $350,000 is what it would cost just to build those courts. So that is not really inclusive of this request. You know, the other thing to consider is that this includes the park conversions that we're trying to do in order to save the irrigation costs. So we're trying to make a capital expenditure to convert a park that will save us in maintenance over the long term. So that's inclusive in this request as well. But really, we are looking at direct funding and or grant match for improvements that would include things like the skate park, which we've recently met at, that needs a lot of maintenance just to be safe for the users to utilize it. Again, the tennis courts and for those parks repurposing. So certainly, you know, as the city manager mentioned, this is why we're here, to say, do you support this or do you not? And certainly you can lower the funding approval for any of these areas. Trails requests certainly included any match dollars that we would utilize for TAP in order to make the side path project go. We are actually currently under contract with Inberg Miller engineering firm to do a trails condition assessment project for us, so that we can make sure that we are directing those dollars to the most needed trails. And we have requested of our partners at the Trails Trust that they not just focus on the river trails, but that they focus on the entire trail system and network, which includes our irrigation trails along the drainage ditches that are actually in really poor condition and need some attention for sure. So, so again, with this $1 million request, certainly you guys could give us the direction that we don't want to fund expansion any longer, and this is the dollar amount we're willing to put towards maintenance over the next 4 years, and we would take that direction from you. With regards to irrigation, again, that's strictly maintenance. We asked for an expansion of our irrigation project in the cemetery that ended up not being funded. We will continue to hand water, which is very, very inefficient and probably wastes a lot of time and money and labor and water, but we understand that there are other more pressing needs. This project would definitely work towards improving or maintaining infrastructure to a level where we're not having as much loss in water to save dollars there. Does that help? And I can go through exactly which fleet we intend to replace too if you want to hear that.
Councilmember Pollock, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I do. So I guess from my standpoint, I would be interested in hearing what number we could land at on trails that would be maintenance, that we'd feel like would be adequate for what we currently have. Trails is an area that we've given a lot of attention to over time, and perhaps other areas need some additional focus right now, so I'd be fine to hear that number, but also would love to see, you know, if we keep it to maintenance only, what are some grants that we had planned that we will not be able to go after if we don't fund anything in there for matches, so we kind of know what the opportunity costs for cutting that line item would be. And my second thought on this, it's a question, for the two sort of like playground part 63 and 64, if we were to strike those two line items, would we be looking at potentially having closed facilities due to safety condition over the next 4 years?
These
yeah,
two
yeah.
specific.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, just to kind of help Zalima out here a little bit, it would probably behoove the council to invite Angela in to talk more specifically about the, prospectus, if you will, for the next 4 years, because she's going to have a really good feel for what grants she has in mind, what network expansion she'd like to see, and what dollars to dedicate toward maintenance. And so if we could put a kind of a hold on that particular line of questioning, I'd love to get Angela in here and have her help us out with that.
Okay, so to speak to the parks and playgrounds, certainly we would avoid shutting down parks at any cost, unless we just felt like it was really unsafe for children to play there. And we may end up having to rob parts from some playground structures to make others whole, which would mean we would just remove full playground structures from certain parks in order to keep the network safe for our users. This playground equipment and amenities ask also includes $200,000 for fall material. So that is the material we are required by law to have in case children fall from the structure so that they're less likely to injure themselves. And we live in Wyoming where the wind blows, and so we lose a lot of that material every year, and it degrades over time and needs to be replenished. So that is definitely a safety concern, and we would not be able to have parks open if we weren't able to meet that minimum safety requirement of fall material.
Thank you.
May I make a comment on that? How many people are
Okay.
gonna be out playing
Ma'am.
pickleball in the wind? I wouldn't.
This is an open for
Oh,
public
I'm
comment.
sorry.
Councilman Cassidy.
I had a quick question. Does the blue stuff blow away as bad as the wood chips?
Councilmember, no, the rubberized mulch definitely stays in place much better than the wood does, which is why we're converting all of our parks to rubberized mulch.
Are we gonna continue with the Smurf turf?
In some cases, that's just the most cost-effective solution, and it is an ADA compliant.
Well, I didn't know if it came in green or brown or something other
As
than
far as the
blue.
rubberized mulch,
Yeah.
yes, it actually comes in all colors. We just had black installed at the bouldering park, thanks to Rotary. However, sometimes we're at the mercy of what they have in stock.
I was just curious because I know down there at Susie McMurray, that blue winds up getting out into the grass, and then we suddenly wind up with blue grass, and so I'm just curious. Well, I was wondering if we could get the other direction, but I'm glad to see we're going to the rubberized stuff.
Definitely lasts longer.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this area? Okay. This is Linda.
Where do you wanna go next, Susan?
Culture and entertainment, those are both my groups.
I just,
Councilman Gamera.
yeah, sorry, I just wanted to confirm that, I would concur with Councilwoman Pollock's request that we get that figure for maintenance. So I just wanted to make sure that was something that we were definitely gonna explore. Thank you.
There's a note up there for it. Councilman Kathy.
You probably feel like you have been stoned to death up there, but I want to say thank you, and I appreciate your patience with all of us. We peppered you with a bunch, so thank you.
She's not done yet.
Unfortunately.
I know, but trying to give her a pep talk. Just keep going.
We'll limping out of here later. Share your condolences. Okay, so the culture and entertainment category includes two of my areas, which are the Fort Wyoming Center and Fort Casper Museum. So again, we really try to only request dollars that were really needed in order to maintain the user experience at these facilities. And so for Fort Casper, this very significant request is to replace the sill logs in the old fort buildings and do daubing throughout those old fort buildings to make them structurally sound so that they can last hopefully for another 100 years or more. It also includes replacing the roofs. Now keep in mind, this is specifically for the fort buildings on the site, not for the museum building itself, only for the fort buildings. This dollar amount is actually a fraction of what we need to complete this project because it's very expensive to rehabilitate historical buildings. But we are chasing a grant called Save Our National Treasures, where we hope to get some grant funding to be able to complete this project, but that grant is a 50% match. So, and this is what we needed to match 100% of the expected cost, and this is what we're asking for. Well, this is what I asked for, but this is what I got. So, so that is the entirety of the improvements we're asking for at Fort Casper Museum over the next 4 years. With regard to the Ford Wyoming Center, we feel like site improvements are going to be very important in the way of maintaining the parking lot and changes that may need to be made to the traffic flows, particularly if and when the indoor sport facility is constructed. That's going to dramatically change how traffic flows during events up there, and we will have to address that. In addition to the paved parking lots and roadways are starting to deteriorate and will need to be resurfaced. So that also includes the addition of an overflow parking lot just directly to the east of the Fort Wyoming Center, where we plan to use as overflow for all events, but in particular place CNFR contestants up there with their horse trailers. We did utilize that site this year, but it would only support about 40 to 50 trailers before we started getting people stuck in the dirt. So we'll definitely need to make some improvements to expand that area and surface it to a level where it won't be a hazard for people to park in that space. And then the other ask, so the folding chairs at the Ford Wyoming Center are original to the construction of the building, so they're 1982 vintage and really need to be replaced. So we were saying in the next 4 years, if we could replace half of those, That would be a benefit to all of the events that we host that do not utilize the arena seating, but have people sitting on the floor of the arena in these chairs. So those, let's see. So portable LED directional signage is a project to for wayfinding, not only in the exterior of this facility, but also inside the facility, so people know where they're going. That is also a possibility to generate revenue because we sell advertisement on those digital signage. Devices, food and beverage equipment. So this is to replace really critical food and beverage equipment in our concession stands. Brad can tell you, concessions is the primary revenue generator. Well, a primary revenue generator at the Ford Wyoming Center, and so making sure that those stands are able to keep up with the food demand is really important. So those include coolers and fryers for the concession stands that need to be replaced. We have one truck up there that we are requesting be replaced because it has well exceeded its life expectancy. We also hope to equip it with a snowplow. Right now, park staff remove snow from the parking lots in advance of event days, and this would just give them another tool in order to get up there. When we have big snow, it's hard for parks to get back there continuously while we're trying to meet the demands throughout the rest of the community. So this would give them an opportunity to remove snow from the grounds of the Ford Wyoming Center a little bit on their own. Box office window and ADA improvements. So those are really pretty self-explanatory. The box office windows do not have sound pass-through, so people have to bend down and talk through the little cutout at the bottom. And in addition to that, there's no window that's ADA compliant at all above wheelchair accessible level. And then the last is the ADA ramp for the east parking lot. So we are hoping to expand the east parking lot to be VIP parking for Club 13 and other events. Potentially pay-for parking if we are able to improve that area to where it would be accessible for all. It's hard to offer an amenity that is not accessible to all while remaining compliant with ADA law. So in order to offer that VIP experience, we need to make it accessible, and that ramp would do that for us. And potentially earn more revenue for the facility. So those are my requests for culture and entertainment.
Any questions in this section? Councilman.
I'm assuming that the line 21, the Ford Wyoming Center site improvements, wouldn't include any money that we're setting aside for some, near-term improvements that we could make to that site based on the study that we received back. This would all be just with the exact use that we use it for now. Is that correct?
Vice Mayor, Council Member, that is correct. Unfortunately, those dollars are really just for pavements and parking lot improvements, and do not include any kind of enhancements to the facilities that we'll be talking about in a couple of weeks from the study.
Okay.
What do you want to go next?
Let's go to public building repairs. Well, no, let's save that one for last. Let's go to sports and physical. Okay. So, sports and physical fitness category includes all things related to golf, to Hogan and to our athletic fields. And so the first one is golf fleet replacement. $286,000 would replace really our mowers, our bunker rakes, equipment that we need in order to maintain the grounds of the golf course. This does not include any funding for the golf cart fleet, which of course we are purchasing with opportunity funds this year and have developed a savings plan, so to speak, in order to replace that fleet every 5 to 6 years without using 1 cent dollars. We'll use fund reserves for that expenditure. Hogan equipment is also included, and that includes fleet replacements that are needed. The lion's share of that expense being a loader that we need to replace that's used to plow parking lot and do other snow and summer related maintenance activities up at the area. For, let's see, for the Aquatic Center decking replacement, had a very unfortunate meeting just this week, in fact, with a structural engineer and an aquatics facility expert, who is saying that the decking at the Aquatic Center and the roof are severely compromised because when the building was constructed, the moisture barrier was not installed correctly throughout the entire ceiling. And so we've had significant degradation of the steel structure within the decking, and it has made the roof pretty unstable. So we're one very large windstorm or snowstorm away from a compromised facility there because of that structure. And so it is a $1.9 million project to replace the decking and the roof. The reason that it's only requested at $1.3 million is because $500,000 to replace the roof was actually a recommendation in the facility condition assessment, and so that is in the facility condition bucket to replace. So that's by far the biggest expenditure, and we're told we will absolutely need to address that in the next year or two in order to reduce the risk of a catastrophic failure of that facility.
How old is that building?
That's a good question. I don't remember what year it was constructed, but I could get that for you.
It's not necessary. I'm assuming that at this point it's too late to go back on the contractor that misinstalled. Okay.
Yes, sir. I believe the building's been there for 25 or 30 years.
Okay.
And then the last ask there is for athletics field lighting replacement. So over the last couple of years, we have invested significant dollars in replacing the athletic field lights, prompted by a light that blew down in a windstorm and thankfully did not hurt anybody or damage property. But after a pretty thorough evaluation of the remaining lights, it was determined that we definitely have a concern there, and we're going to need to replace those lights in order to protect users and spectators at our athletic fields. So again, this is half of what we need, or a small amount of what we need to actually get the project done. However, we are hoping to leverage some private donation dollars as well as grant dollars in order to get that project completed. And this is several athletic fields remaining, including Tanny, Crossroads, and 2 more fields at the North Casper softball complex.
Councilman Cameron.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Zulema, I don't know where the most appropriate time is to ask this question, but as far as I can tell, the program to subsidize swimming operations, I don't know if that falls in the sports and physical fitness bucket or the community assistance bucket. I don't know how we're categorizing that, but looking through the 1 cent survey, I don't recall that ever being a question, and so I'm curious, I guess when we as a council started subsidizing swimming operations, and I guess is the 1.3 million that the past 1 cent cycle has used to subsidize swimming operations, my guess is that's in addition to the subsidy that we give the rec center that would in part go towards the aquatic center, is that correct? Is that making sense?
I think so. So, Mayor, or Vice Mayor and council members, so the first question, so the $1.3 million for subsidized swimming is actually categorized under the community programs.
Correct.
So it's not included here. I would have to enlist maybe Fleur to help us remember when subsidized swimming became an aspect of the 1 cent program. I'm not entirely sure. That is in addition to the subsidy that's provided for the recreation center. That 3-plex complex with ice, rec, and aquatics are actually different funds that are funded differently. So, the $1.3 million swimming subsidy would be directed to aquatics only and not include any portion of the recreation programming at that facility.
Thank you. Follow-up if I may. So the 400,000 that we subsidize the rec center to, sorry, feel free to correct that number because I'm shooting in the dark, but, so that's just for the rec center, that is not aquatics or ice arena, that subsidy is just for the central building rec center program. Thank you.
So that's for, you know, classes and programming, like our summer camp and things like that, that happen at that facility specifically.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you mind if I ask a question of Jill real quickly? Because I don't want to let that question go. Jill, help me remember correctly. I don't think that with respect to the money that's set aside through 1 cent 16 and potentially in 1 cent 17 for the aquatics program covers the remainder of the balance, if you will, to balance the budget in aquatics, correct? So that's just one subsidy that goes into aquatics, if I remember correctly. There's more than just that one, I guess, is what I'm
That
trying
is
to say.
correct. There is a general fund subsidy that is also needed to balance the fund each year.
Gotcha, okay,
And
Thanks.
there's a perpetual care contribution as well,
gotcha.
as far as subsidies go.
Thank you. For what-
Did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, thank you for all that information. I guess the main point I was wanting to make is, again, I went through the 1 cent survey. We didn't ask residents anything about subsidizing swimming programs, but we have in the past allocated $1.3 million to that. And so as we consider how to tighten our belts and redirect our priorities and stuff, I guess to me that's a question I have is, why are we subsidizing the swimming program? How did that come to be? I don't want to just come out guns blazing and, you know, if there's rationale for why it was put in place, but I did think it was an important observation that it's not asked in the 1 cent survey, and so just wanted to make that noted. Thank you.
Councilman, no?
Well, and to kind of jump the monkey on your back here, when I ran for council, one of the things that I was adamantly opposed about, and one of our biggest subsidies is the rec center with the hockey and the swimming. And I've been opposed to the city owning it from day one. I've always thought we should sell it to a private entity because I don't think government should compete with private business, i.e. the YMCA, all the gyms in town, everything else. And I understand the subsidy that it provides, but I am curious why it's not on the 1 cent, because I'd really like to know what the public thinks about us owning and operating this center. Because it's millions of dollars. And I know it's a headache for you when it comes time to budget.
Sure.
You know, anytime we're subsidizing, I understand the Ford Wyoming Center, I understand that subsidy. That building brings $25 million a year into our community. It's a no-brainer. This particular thing, when we're competing with private business and that subsidy money, we're getting very little, if no, return from all those subsidies in this particular entity. So I've been against this whole building from day one. So I don't know how or where you could cut on there, but I'd be fine with any of it, to be honest. So.
Vice Mayor, thank you. I understand that sentiment. So again, to be clear, the ice arena is separate from the rec center, is separate from the aquatic center. They're 3 standalone functions under the same roof, so to speak. And so we're not asking for any funds for the recreation center. Also, I just want to clarify the point that the recreation center includes our youth sports programs and all of our league programming for, you know, basketball, volleyball, pickleball, you name it. But we are looking to restructure some of those relationships with our partners in those areas to improve our position.
And just as a follow-up, if I may, so I don't get blasted from the public about how I'm trying to cut all the kids' programs. You know, I've lived in other communities in the state where they don't have rec centers. They utilize school gyms, they utilize school pools, they utilize YMCA pools, they utilize other things. They don't even have this. And so when I say that I'd like to see this go away or be sold to a private entity and get it out of the city's coffers, it's not me wanting to do away with the programming, because there are alternative venues and sources available to continue with that programming without the use of this bill. So I just want to make sure that's clear.
Councilmember Sutherland.
Thank you. So I think we started off on swimming here, and now we're talking about the facility more broadly, specifically the rec center. But I think maybe there is an opportunity to just dial in on that for a second and talk about, the benefits that that's providing this. And I don't want to take this too off topic, but it concerns me a little bit. I think, rec centers are, kind of a standard, they hold an important place within a community, and I'd like to give you an opportunity to tell us why.
Vice Mayor, Council Member, probably the best answer I could give you is that we do offer recreational opportunities to a portion of the population that might not otherwise have access. It's subsidized because we keep the programming affordable so that the poorest kids in the community can still play sports, can still attend classes, can still do martial arts and participate in those programs. It is an expensive endeavor, absolutely, and we're striving really hard to reduce our expenditures in every possible way to reduce that subsidy, particularly with the recreation center. And again, looking at our partnerships with organizations such as the Casper Rec League Association and the Community Rec Foundation could put us in a much better position, especially if we are able to extract the indoor sports component into its own fund, which Jill and Carter and I have all been, kind of examining as a future potential. So, which would take the rec subsidy itself down and put us in a position where sports generally can at least be self-sustaining or much less subsidized than other rec activities could be. Does that answer your question, Councilmember Sutherland?
It does. Yeah, it does. Thank you. I think I guess I just maybe want to be specific about the point of, I think, there are times where subsidies make sense because they make us money. And there are times where subsidies make sense because it provides a service for those who need it. And so I just think it's important for us to differentiate between those two so that we make sure that we're meeting our objectives. So that's it for me.
Okay. Any other?
Just one more follow-up, if I may. And I agree with you, Jai. I agree with what you're saying, but do keep in mind, please, that other communities offer these same programs for the underprivileged and the poor, if you will, to flourish without the need of a rec center. So they happen in every community. So just to be clear, I just don't want it to sound like I'm out to attack the underprivileged, because that's not what I'm doing. I'm trying to be responsible with the tax dollars that we have, and there's only so much to go around. And so that's literally all it is. So.
Councilmember Polk.
So Lima or Carter, have we, in any recent times, done any sort of audit in terms of our swimming pool capacity that we have here relative to the size of our user base, relative to the size of our community? Swimming's an expensive proposition. Pools are expensive to maintain. We've got Marion Kreiner approaching the top of our list of facilities that are going to need attention in the near term. Significant expenses at the Aquatic Center, in addition to subsidizing just the cost to participate in that activity. So I'm wondering if we do we have the right number of swimming pools in our town? Do we have the appropriate swimming facilities? Do we have too many compared to the amount of traffic that we're seeing? Have we done any sort of analysis of that in recent years?
Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that question, because I think the hard answer is that we are overserved in terms of pool capacity. And I think as one sample to consider, I'd like to come back to you after the swimming season is over and share with you some of the numbers that we've incurred just in this swimming season alone, so you can see what I mean. the even tougher question is how to reconcile use compared to capacity. Because pools, as most anything when it comes to services a city offers, have a very committed user base and user group and so on. And so when it comes to decommissioning a pool, that becomes a very, very difficult conversation. But the reality is, without having done that analysis in quite some time, I would tell you we probably are overserved.
Follow up on that. I would like to see that information, and part of my, I guess, a concern that I have with doing that analysis is I suspect that a logical conclusion to come to would be decommissioning Marion Kreiner, which is the one that's coming up to need the most work, but it's also one that is free and accessible and in a part of town where there are less things for people to get out and do and enjoy. And so, you know, I think we should weigh that when the time comes. That you know, it makes me nervous to ask for that analysis because I feel like that would be, you know, the low-hanging fruit, so to speak, if we needed to find some. But I think it is more complicated than that. But pools are expensive. They're expensive for us. They're expensive for the school district. They're expensive for anybody who has to deal with pools. So I just wanted to ask the question.
Fair question.
Vice Mayor, Council Member, just to give you some food for thought for the upcoming conversation we can have at the end of the season. You know, Marion Kreiner, we recently constructed a new splash pad there, so it actually has a fairly new amenity, water amenity, that is significantly less cost to maintain and staff. I would also, though, ask you to consider Washington, because it is very high on the list from a facility condition assessment needs standpoint, and actually pretty close to the recreation center in terms of you know, having a pool or aquatics facility in close proximity to be able to access. And we have some ideas and actually proposed, it's actually under the parks section, to do a parks master plan in which we could kind of more holistically consider all of the rec amenities throughout the community in our parks, and be a little more strategic in how we pick and choose where to invest and what the community really needs to be right-size served rather than over or underserved. Unfortunately, we couldn't come to a conclusion to fund that program, but it's definitely an analysis that needs to be done, and we're exploring other resources in order to help us get there.
Councilman Gamrot.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I guess I would just like to add to that I'm in concurrence with Councilwoman Pollack. I'm interested to see that analysis, but also hesitant to see the results. I don't imagine it would be a popular, I can guarantee it won't be a popular opinion to potentially decommission a pool, especially, you know, you mentioned Marion Kreiner in an underserved community, part of area of town that doesn't have many amenities. Washington Park, that was my pool jam growing up, so nostalgic memories, but if it's the one that requires the most investment, you know, our citizenry is asking us to be more fiscally responsible, to, you know, redirect more funding towards our basic infrastructure, and unfortunately the cost of that is, you know, if we have overcapacity for pools, if we have twice the amount of park acreage per capita compared to the national average, those are all luxuries, in my opinion, that I would love to have in our community. But if we're in a position now that we can't maintain those, you know, folks are asking us to tighten our belts or to find ways to cut costs. In my opinion, luxuries is where you start, and so I don't imagine that will be popular amongst people, but if what they're really asking for is for us to be more fiscally responsible and to direct more funding towards infrastructure, unless there's good arguments otherwise, it makes sense to me that this is where we start. So, thank you.
Councilmember Pollack.
With that said, in relationship to the specific proposal that's in front of us, though, it would be unlikely that the aquatic center would be the chosen path to reducing our capacity. So the $1.3 million is on the table, needs to be on the table whether we eliminate swimming elsewhere, and it looks like all the expenses that are related to other pools are not being funded or not being proposed to be funded at this time. So I mean, it seems to me that we still proceed with this, even if we're talking about pools later, so.
Councilman now.
On that same token, before we spend $500,000 on a pool filter that may be on the chopping block, how long can that pool go without replacing that?
It's not on the funded. It's on the unfunded amount.
Oh, it's on the unfunded, okay, gotcha. So how long will that operate without, it's a guess?
At this point, I really believe we're rolling the dice. When it fails, it will fail, and we won't be able to open the pool, because we won't be able to filter the water appropriately to make it safe. So, you know, that is Mary Steiner is the last pool where we use a form of treatment called diatomaceous earth, and so, hence the much larger expense to convert that pool to a different treatment alternative that's a little less expensive, definitely newer technology. Probably won't last as long though, 'cause they don't build them like they used to, for sure. But to Councilmember Pollock's comment, I would say strategically, the Aquatic Center would not be considered to eliminate because it is a year-round facility where people could enjoy aquatic activities.
Right.
Any other questions on this one? Okay.
Okay, last
Next.
one.
Won't you be happy?
I love the opportunity to visit you. I believe this will be a little bit easier pill to swallow, and, you know, it comes on the heels of a very recent discussion that we had regarding the facility condition assessment that was completed. So we did have to tweak the model that I discussed with you during that conversation a little bit, to bring the ask down, but to a point where we still felt was reasonable and that we would be able to address any catastrophic issues that we encountered, and other priorities. And so the biggest areas here are roof replacements. So these are roofs within the building network that have exceeded their life expectancy. Again, $508,000 of that includes the Aquatic Center roof, which is in dire need of replacement, but it also includes other roofs that are over 30 years old and do need to be replaced, or at least evaluated more thoroughly to really look at the condition and determine if a replacement is needed.
Didn't you already have that line item on the other? For the roof replacement?
For the Aquatic Center?
Mm-hmm.
No. So combined, 508 out of this 1.9 million, and the 1.3 will get us there.
Gotcha.
It's a $1.9 million project to do that.
Gotcha.
Repair. Fire suppression, so again, we use the model where we would do a fire flow analysis to the tune of about $1,000 per facility that it was identified as having exceeded the life expectancy of the fire suppression system. And then we estimated that maybe 10% of the system would actually need repair or replacement. And so that's the budget figure there. Facility domestic water systems, same kind of approach where we said, okay, we will do some more in-depth analysis using flows and different equipment to identify potential problem areas, and we could do a deeper dive in those areas and then just address pieces and components that really do need to be replaced so that we don't have a catastrophic failure that floods a building and causes more problems for us. Facility HVAC, that is one that we did take down quite a bit from the original assessment. Here we're taking an investigative approach again, but because that includes cleaning ductwork that we're not going to be able to avoid the expense of, and it would be contracted work, the ask is a little higher. So in those facilities where the HVAC distribution systems have been identified as exceeding their maximum life, we will go in and clean the ductwork so that we can do a good analysis of the condition of the ductwork and then determine where replacements are truly needed. And ductwork is prioritized a little lower because although it causes inefficiencies in the system and probably costs us more in energy, it's not likely to result in a catastrophic failure that would take a building out of commission. So, on the other hand, losing our heating and cooling units could potentially take buildings offline. And so we invested some more dollars in looking at our heating and cooling units and our controllers to make sure that those are up to snuff. So that's the $2.12 million ask there.
While you're on it, that's above and beyond the money we already spent to purchase some of the equipment, right?
Right.
Okay.
Facility electrical distribution systems. So again, we took 10% of the facility condition assessment estimate. We intend to do a lot of that analysis in-house. We will buy thermal imaging equipment that will identify hotspots and motors, pumps, electrical panels, and where we see areas of concern. Then we can dive deeper and make some replacements or repairs as needed, again, to prevent catastrophic failure. The $15,000 ask is for sewer inspection equipment. Again, we don't have any camera equipment that can survey our internal plumbing systems within facilities. And so we would like to make that purchase so that we can do some more in-depth inspections and identify piping that may need to be replaced, or hopefully is in fantastic condition. And then the last is facility elevator repairs. As you know from past experience, elevators are very, very expensive to replace and repair. Thankfully, though, we have few of them. So we're really looking at aging elevators in places like City Hall, and there's one more, I don't remember.
Parking garage.
Parking garage.
I thought that was an unfunded line item. Oh, yeah, sorry. Right
All right, let me refer back to my notes. One also, another note that I want to make clear, that is a little different from our previous discussion regarding facility condition assessment, is that these asks are not inclusive of facilities that are in our enterprise funds. So if it's a solid waste facility, if it's a utility facility, it would not be included here. Those costs would be incorporated into their rate models. Also, we did not include the Ash Street building or the city center building, because it is possible that those would not be a part of the city's building inventory sometime in the future. And so we want to be mindful of not investing too many dollars there if they're not going to be owned by the city for much longer. And so the elevators are at City Hall and at the Ford Wyoming Center for the passenger elevator. Of course, the freight elevator has been upgraded. We'll also need a little bit further evaluation of some of the control systems, but it's the passenger elevator we focus on.
Councilmember Pollock.
Question more generally on this topic. We're looking at the, I believe the summary maybe. There was, I think we were spending in last 16, we're spending $725,000 on this, and we are now looking at about 7 million, close to 7 million, no, 6 million, which I think is, I like to see much better the condition of our, Kyle's freaking out about the condition of our roads, I'm freaking out about the condition of many of our facilities. Not freaking out, that's an overstatement, but it's a concern to me. So I'm pleased to see the increase in funding, but I'm wondering if we were spending less than $1 million in 16, I feel like there were more expenses in that and more repairs and maintenance that was undertaken in that. Where was the other money coming from, if not from 1 cent?
Vice Mayor, Council Member, so I think historically each fund requested maintenance dollars to do significant replacements such as roofs. So this is a more centralized approach to facility maintenance. In addition to that, we do have a buildings and structures division, and they are responsible for the day-to-day maintenance of facilities, and oftentimes out of their operations budget would take on some of these emergency repair type of expenses when it came to electrical failures or things of that sort. And so this is definitely a more centralized approach to facility maintenance. So hopefully you noticed really with the exception of the Aquatic Center, there's not a lot of facility-related asks within the other categories. And I think that explains why.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this, Mr. Manager?
Mr. Mayor, I would also follow up with that. Council has enjoyed the benefit of surplus 1-cent dollars from recent 1-cent cycles. I would cite probably cycle 14 and cycle 15 that's produced some funds that we've been able to keep in abeyance for projects like the ones Zaleem's describing now. Just to give you a frame of reference, for cycle 16, we are anticipating an additional $5 million by the time cycle 16 officially ends. That is over and above the 58 that we cite on your chart. For 1-cent 15, and anybody can correct me if I'm getting it wrong here, we had in excess of $12 million over and above that particular cycle that we've been able to use over time for projects of this nature and other street projects and other equipment purchases and those kinds of things. So the challenge that we have now is we don't have the value of that type of overage to anticipate and build into a program like you have in front of you tonight. But you do have $5 million that once collected will be able to help assuage some of the project needs that are in the unfunded list that Zaleem is dealing with, and Bass is dealing with, and so on. But with respect to what she's asking, we aren't asking for any major building projects aside from the Aquatic Center roof and Fort Casper.
Good. You have another one?
No, I think that's it.
All right.
Thank
Really
Who's next
should
up on the
applaud
chopping
for
block?
I'm just waiting, I'm saving all my energy for Beamer.
Turn back to the summary, and we'll just go in that order. So the next would be, I can't read from here.
Cyber security and
Oh,
technology.
let's talk to Tracy about cybersecurity. Yes, please. If that's okay, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
Vice Mayor, excuse me.
Vice Mayor, council members, thank you for this opportunity to review our projects. So our storage system upgrades and server data resiliency, those are our, and network switch, I'm sorry, the network switch replacements. Those are things that will be at the end of their life cycle during this 1-cent cycle. So we're going to need to upgrade those things to maintain the security. So those are things that will be needed through capital request, and that's why we're asking for those amounts listed. Then the cloud cloud security and the backup are also related to cybersecurity request. And then our biggest ask is the fiber optics to city facilities. So this is part of the council goals. I'm sure that you recall that. And we have a 20-year agreement with Spectrum that will expire in 2026. So we've known this, I think, since 2015. We had an assessment conducted at that time to tell us in the future what it might look like, what our needs are. And I think since that time we've been trying to get this fiber project funded somehow. We have a challenge with the funding in that we're to be classified as an underserved area. It's an area that has at least one provider that can offer service for a minimum of 100 megabytes per second for downloads and 20 megabytes upload for uploads. Yeah, downloads and uploads. Okay. So because of that, because we have a service provider in our area, we don't qualify for certain grants that we've been exploring because of that. Even though we know that we don't really have reliable service, we have one provider, which is Charter, that basically covers our whole town. So that's an obstacle that we face in finding other funding, grant funding sources. And so that's why we have the $1 million in there. We believe it'll cost $2 million to do the fiber project. But at least with the money that is in there allocated to this, we feel that it may give us a head start, and we are continuously looking for grant projects with the state. That's what we're currently working on to see if there's anything. But right now, it doesn't look good that we have any source of funding. Anything else on that? Oh, other than, we did meet with all the business and stakeholders in our community, and from what we're hearing from them, it is almost as important as water anymore to have that fiber, that network availability for businesses to come into our community to be able to want to be here, basically. So you need water, but the future of how our businesses, we all know how we operate, especially in remote areas. That is why we believe wholeheartedly in this project.
Mr. Mayor, if I could add to that just a touch. That particular project is probably the most closely aligned project with your council goals as it relates to trying to give the business community the support and the lift they need from a technological standpoint. The figure that you see entered there is a match dollar figure for any grants that we would try to pursue. We're anticipating a $2 to $3 million build out in order to beat our timeline with Spectrum, which would require us to get back into a long-term lease with them that we believe would be more expensive. And so the figure you see there is only the match requirement for a $3 million grant that we would hope to get and make that build out happen. The challenge that we have with that, though, is the build out could occur sooner than later for that figure. The longer we wait and the closer we get to that deadline, would you say 2026, I'm sure that cost will go up, as you might imagine.
Councilman now.
So if we have new companies coming in, like, for instance, competition, does that help drive that number down for us? Or can it? Could it?
I appreciate that question, Councilman. We actually visited with our providers and asked them what it would take to finish out that build out. We have 2 providers that would participate and that have the ability to help us get in with that number. And there are a few of them that wouldn't be able to provide what we're looking for in terms of the particular build out that we've spec'd, if you will. So I do think that's the case, particularly from a residential cost perspective and an individual ISP purchase, if you will. But when it comes to the build out, the numbers that you see there have been vetted with our partners, and we do believe we can get it done with the right private relationships.
And just one other addition is that we believe that it would help drive competition in our community as well, and so that is an important aspect as well.
Councilman Cassidy.
How much of this will be usable when IT moves across the street?
How much would be usable? I think it's, are you talking specifically about the servers?
The servers, the switch replacements,
Yeah, all of that, it would be end of life cycle, so regardless, we would need to replace those things.
Yeah, so
That is the
Mr.
way
Mayor,
that I understand
the
it.
answer is it's not necessarily site dependent on whether or not we can replace those pieces and parts, because we're going to need them regardless of where we relocate IT.
okay,
Yeah,
Correct, thank you.
and they aren't figured into the cost of the remodel.
correct.
Okay.
Correct, that's correct.
Okay, anything else on this one? All right.
What did you get off easy?
Next.
Thank you.
So the next one is,
PD?
sorry?
Police.
Oh, PD. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Wait a minute, it's drainage and flood prevention that you allocated no money to.
Vice Mayor, Council, we presented to Council back in March on our impending vehicle crisis as the 2013 vehicles continue to roll along our streets. And we kind of presented a 5-year plan to Council on our best estimate on how to replace that aging fleet without incurring a major expense to the city to deal with all of those in one fell swoop. However, when recently we had one of our newer vehicles get sideswiped and destroyed, and when the new bid for the replacement for that vehicle came back, it was a 28% increase in the cost of that police vehicle. It was something completely outside of our control, and we're estimating that the equipment that's got to go into that vehicle is also probably going to see those same increases. Knowing that the available funds available to us in 117 may not be able to cover the change in the expenses of those vehicles, the police department reanalyzed what can we do to make this work, and so we adopted a plan of, just in the short couple of months since March, where we felt we had a very solid plan. We added another year to that, driving those 2013s for another year, and really kicked the can down the road for adding another year to pass this 117 just to get caught up on those vehicles. To accomplish that delayed program on the vehicles would take approximately $6 million. And that included, in addition to those necessary fleet vehicles, the department was also asking for that tactical rescue vehicle. That something that really got highlighted here recently on our need for having that vehicle by which we could conduct a rescue operation. In addition to that, there was a need for 4 vehicles in our APO system. So that Metro is a user agency. We supply those services across the county. But 3 of those vehicles that we have are getting quite aged. They cover a lot of miles as they go out to Alcova and these other places. 3 of those were, and so we were planning on getting 4 of those vehicles. So in the end, there was other things that we were looking at. Again, the emergency generator for our animal shelter was an important ask for us. Here recently, we lost power up there during the cold snap. That resulted in some catastrophic damages to our equipment up there, and obviously we need to be able to take care of the animals that are in our control under such a circumstance. As we tried to meld all of that into something that would be palatable for council to consider, we really dropped this down to rather than the $6 million just for those police vehicles, we've really cut that down. It's going to add more years to even to the plan that we were working under to present this 117 plan. And then, because of the user entities, we're looking at other ways that we can fund the needs for the equipment for the shelter and the vehicles for the shelter. But in the end, what you got here is council is well aware, this police department has no alternative funding mechanism for our fleet. It has been for many years, it's been 100% reliant upon 117. And so what you're seeing before you is none of the other capital needs of the police department. It's just all strictly trying to replace that aging fleet of the police department. So with that, I would stand for any questions. It's a pretty simple task. We need vehicles, and there's really not enough to get us to where we need. but we're trying to make sure that these other city needs are also being funded.
Councilman Gamros.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for the information. I'm already convinced of the benefits of the one-to-one program. We covered that earlier in the year, so I've become an advocate for that program, and I think it is the most fiscally responsible choice. But I was surprised, and I think I voiced that surprise when I realized that the replacement program is entirely funded by the 1 cent. I'm curious how long that's been the case and whether in other communities fleet replacement is part of just their normal budget. It worries me that should the 1 cent fail in the fall, that we don't have, that your fleet replacement is going to have to be found entirely elsewhere. And so I'm just curious when that became the case and if that's typical. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, Council, I can't give you the exact date. I see some nods kind of going around the room that that's kind of been the way, you know, for quite some time through several of these 1 cent cycles. Remember last time we added a little bit to that. We actually added a lot to 1 cent 16 to provide for, you know, the design and engineering of a new police building. And so when we were presenting to you in March, we were also presenting, we've got some money left over from that. We've got a desperate need. And so we did allocate some of that 1 cent 16 to the purchase of vehicles. Something that was, you know, with your approval was very helpful to kind of getting us over this. But the police department, the fire department, Parks and Rec, community development, all of us, if 1 cent was to fail on a vote, we would be having very serious conversations. The police department would not be alone in having to make drastic decisions.
Follow up if I could. So you said you've convinced me on the program of the one-to-one vehicles for officers. Now I need you to convince me on the need for an armored emergency vehicle.
So
thank you.
Vice Mayor, thank you for the opportunity. Notice that these cost $375,000 in the interim. We've located one that has been remanufactured by the manufacturer. It would come with a warranty, but we'd be able to buy that less expensive one. It's about a decade old, but it still meets the parameters for what we would be using it for. That armored police vehicle is, you know, people, they'll tend to try to think of it in the terms of an aggressive weapon to be used by the police department. But let me give you the best example I can. Is in a recent incident where we were assisting one of our neighboring agencies. One of the root causes of the ultimate exchange of gunfire was that armored vehicle was assigned to provide coverage for some people that were working, and that armored vehicle was pulled away and left our people uncovered without that covered, and which precipitated the opportunity to now start aiming at our police officers and ultimately culminated in our exchange of gunfire with the suspect. What you're seeing on a national level is, and here locally, is a proclivity to, you know, in the old days, people could kind of talk about their differences. Sometimes they would erupt down into a fist fight. Here recently, that's not happening. They're ending up in gunfire over some of the most silly things. And so, you know, it just needs to be another tool. So currently there is one armored vehicle in the inventory of all of Natrona County. It's owned by Natrona County. But as those incidents are happening, we're relying upon them to find somebody to free up that's qualified to drive that vehicle to go get it for us and bring it. And this is not, you know, we've been making do with that for several years, but our community and our overall, the community needs have grown to the point where we really need to augment each other so that we can cooperate with each other to provide that maximum amount of coverage to facilitate those rescue operations.
Councilmember Sutherland.
Thank you. Just a quick comment and then a question. Councilman Gamrell's comment earlier about the concern about this funding being dependent on 1 cent funding. I feel that way across the board. So I share that in all of these conversations. But I guess my question here is not anything to do, Chief, with the need for these vehicles, but looking at what was left off the table here in terms of the needs for all of the Metro, all of the asks that related to Metro. My question is more broadly, if we're not getting it for 1 cent, what is our plan? Because I think we all know this is becoming what feels like kind of a desperate need, and we're hearing from a lot of people on this. And so if it's not going to come through 1 cent, I'm just curious what the current state of thinking is around where that money will come from and what we're going to do to make progress for Metro specifically.
Vice Mayor, Councilwoman, thank you for the opportunity to clarify. The department, understandably knew that it would not be possible to fund a new animal shelter out of this 1 cent cycle. Despite that reality, we're acutely aware of that. We wanted to get at least on there so that we're thinking about it in the future. So that one's there just for a placeholder as we identify all of our infrastructure needs and try to weigh the pros and cons of those. When it came to the Metro marked, the Animal Protection Officer marked vehicles and the emergency generator, we are going to creatively look at how do we work with the capital that we've set aside for depreciation and things like that. Plus, there are other users, these user entities, they share a burden of those expenses. So I think the plan moving into this coming fiscal year is to take a good look at what's available and the resources that we have kind of packed away for depreciation purposes, but also to approach these needs to those user entities. Particularly, we would prioritize those to be that generator is something that we need to approach those user entities and get that generator online so we can avoid tragic circumstances up there in the future. We live in an environment where the wind, heavy snowfall, weather-related events can impact our power supply. In this particular case last summer, it was a catastrophic event for us that when the power went out on a particularly brutal minus 30-degree evening, that was a painful process. So we're looking to prioritize that, and when it comes to prioritizing the replacement of these police vehicles vis-a-vis of the needs of the animal protection officers, we may have to juggle some of these funds around and still continue to kick the can down the road on the police vehicles. And I hope that answers your question.
It does, thank you.
Mr. City Manager, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I think the point that's being brought around on this question is a real critical one to consider, because the reality is, if 1 cent 17 doesn't pass, we don't have an answer with regard to how to continue to replace the police fleet or the fire fleet, which you're going to hear about in a minute. And so the question about trying to replace the Metro fleet, which is another really important part of the police department operation, the answer is we don't have an answer because it's not included even in the 1 cent 17 scope. And so when the chief talks about being creative to try to find answers in that regard, just for the vehicles of the Metro operation, he's right, because we either come to you with money that we've come up with from the 1 cent 16 piece, or grants that we find, and those aren't real plentiful. The answer is not great, and that's just the harsh reality of our proposal to you tonight.
Councilmember Pollock.
Thank you, and thank you, Carter. Along the same line, and I don't know if it'll be a chief question or a Carter question,
Sure.
but personally, I'm really uncomfortable leaving Metro out of the equation for this 1 cent cycle. I'm looking at our facilities analysis right now, and by 2027, it will be one of the top 2 facilities that has exceeded furthest pass on our FCI percentage. So I'd love to see us get some step down the road in there, understanding we're not setting $5 million away, but similarly to we've done with Fire Station 1, we've put in some money for some planning. I would love to see that happen, at least so that we take a step working towards it, because I think we are going to need it. It's clear from the facilities study that we're going to need it. I think it maybe gets underrepresented in the citizens' desires, because we don't ask that question in the survey either. And I suspect if you broke out public safety, police and fire, and broke out metro, you would see significant response from citizens, just based on anecdotally what type of response we just get on a day-to-day basis from folks about metro. They care really a lot about it. It's very important to them. So personally, from my standpoint, I'd like to see something added to this budget, not to shift out of your total amount that you already have, understanding that those other expenses are needed, but I'd like to see it shifted from somewhere else, to take whatever the best first step is in trying to start getting that facility moving down the road.
Chief?
Vice Mayor, Councilperson, I neglected to mention that we've been analyzing the roof situation according to the report that you were just referencing. We think that on closer examination, that there are other alternatives to that, to do some necessary repairs to get us by for a little while, but substantially the greater part of the roof is in good condition. So that one we kind of took off the table while we get further information. We think we can make that work. So I just wanted to point out that's why the roof is kind of been taken off the table.
Great.
Paul?
Yes, thank you. So I think that's great. I'm glad that we have a mechanism to get that taken care of. And I think that ultimately it seems clear to me that facility just generally, even disrepairs and maintenance needs aside, like the facility structure itself is not adequate for community needs necessarily at this time any longer. And so something in there for a study on that, or some sort of planning, or whatever you all think is the right step. And the other issue, it kind of goes back to the community programs. I had hoped to once if we had taken or had proposed to take a similar approach that we've taken in years past, to try to get a community group to apply for some of that funding to deal with spay and neuter, because I think from what I understand, spay and neuter is sort of industry standard for animal sheltering facilities, and would save us money in the long run, because we would have less animals in our community, hopefully. So to me, if we're going to eliminate that program, that may not be possible, but I think if that can't happen and we leave no step towards a new building in this cycle, we're looking at 2027 when we may be in more trouble up there. So I'd like to see something moving on that new building as well.
Councilman Mel?
Thank you. To further expound on Jai's question, and I guess piggyback the city manager, we're extremely fortunate to live in the community that we do, where people value 1 cent. We've had it for many years, and without it, not only would our police department and our fire suffer, but so would our streets and everything else. And so there are always the naysayers that say, well, they can't spend the tax money they have now. Well, what they don't understand is we don't get enough tax money to do everything that this city needs and does for our people. There's just not enough. So without 1 cent, there won't be police cars. There's no money. There won't be metro. There won't be streets getting repaired to the level that they're being repaired. There won't be stuff for water and sewer. So I think resoundingly what we passed 70%, 74%, I think. So I think people understand the value of it, and I think we're doing the right thing in setting up and being very transparent about where the money will go and how it will be spent. And us as a council, I do see us questioning certain things, but I think we're trying to make sure that the money's being shared enough to where everybody's being taken care of, because right now, it seems like we just have enough to maintain everything, and we're not gaining on anything. And so, at some point, some future council, whether it's us or someone else, you're gonna have to start prioritizing, we're going to have to, on what's really important and what isn't. And in my mind, there's nothing more important than our police and fire, because those are what our people need in their most dire time. And so, Chief, I guess I'm not seeing a problem with your sheet, and sorry, Zalima, it's nothing personal. But I'm just trying to prioritize where these funds go in my own mind, and there are things that are more important than others. It just has to be that way. So,
Councilman Gamera.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I concur with Councilman Nell's statements and also Councilwoman Pollock's about, we hear a lot from I'm sure everyone else hears as much as we do about the need for higher quality animal control services and trap, spay, neuter programs. So I also don't like seeing that there's no funding going towards that arena. So I would agree with those thoughts. I'm going to be a pain and go back to the armored emergency vehicle. I appreciate you sharing the information, and I have nothing but respect for police officers, especially the ones that are put in the positions like the one you referenced, where there's dangerous individuals out there that are more than willing to exchange gunfire with them. So nothing but respect for officers in that situation. But I'm sure you have a rebuttal, and I'd be interested to hear it, to the point that or the opinion I would take is that there is a belief nationwide that the militarization of our local police forces could be contributing in some part to a tendency towards violence. And so I'd be curious to hear your perspective or your rebuttal. I guess, do you think there's any merit to that argument? And do you think that we could, through our police department using equipment like that, do you think it could, contribute towards this tendency, the violence, this over-militarization of our local police forces? Again, I got nothing but for respect for the officers. I want to make sure they're protected. However, I'm worried that, we're kind of in a self-fulfilling prophecy, so to say, that because people appear to be becoming more violent, we're responding reactively to that, and it is further contributing to the problem. I'd just be curious to hear your perspective on that. Thanks.
Vice Mayor, Councilman, difficult question. You just broached a whole series of societal issues. I tend to have to look at things more on a local basis. I would submit to you that the Len Cove Bearcat, generally, of all of the options out there, is probably the least aggressive or assaultive in nature, in its appearance and its function and its size. Some of you have been on council long enough to remember that the county had access to a military vehicle that was given to us, given for use by law enforcement here in our county. But the decision was made after we got it, we didn't want to give that perception. And so there are plenty of circumstances where these barricaded individuals that are intent on causing harm to mass amounts of people, things have changed. We're actually seeing assaults on police stations now, something you never saw before. People getting armored vehicles of their own to conduct assaultive operations on police. It's a crazy world out there. And so I would submit to you that this is of all of the opportunities out there, this is the least obtrusive of those things. But we can't change the fact that when they're needed, they're needed. And so I would, it's not available to you to peruse here, but you would see on the documents that I submitted to the city manager that we're even recommending that we hold this in abeyance until the 4th year of the cycle. That was our plan, is to hold off until the 4th year to give me opportunities to seek grant funding, to seek other alternatives. But there's, in the history of law enforcement, it's been studied extensively. You know, people say, well, you know, when the SWAT team arrives, that's guaranteeing violence, and studies of being able to show that ability to respond, that show of we have the capacity to deal with you, actually increases the opportunities and the likelihood that they are going to surrender peacefully. And so what you've been hearing from me tonight is there, you know, over decades of demonstrating that time and time again. You know, when we show up and we're dressed professionally, we're equipped professionally, they go, I really don't want to do this, and they surrender. It's just been in the recent really months that has this proclivity to want to go ahead and shoot it out has begun to change. So my rebuttal to you is that overall these things they're very much a weapon a tool that increases compliance. It increases the opportunity for people to say, okay, I give up. It's been shown time and time and time again, including in my personal career. However, I can't get over the fact that the times have changed. It's a society that right now is turning to gunfire more than we have in the past. And so, you know, having that tool, my first message to any citizen asking me on this would be, this isn't necessarily to give my officers something cool to drive up and just have people shoot at us. That's not the point. But rescuing people that are in duress under those same situations, that takes very specialized equipment, and that would be the mission of this tactical rescue vehicle, is to perform those rescues. Think of the Uvalde situation, things of that nature. You know, it takes very specialized tools, because the people that are inclined to do that are becoming more and more aggressive in their efforts to prevent law enforcement from intervening in their plan.
Thank you.
Councilman now.
Thank you. Just a quick question. You said that you were going to put that off until the last year. I'm assuming this used one that you found for such a great price, they're not going to hold that thing for you for 4 years, are they?
Vice Mayor, Council, sure. I am counting on the fact that there will be another one. You know, I am not the only agency that's going, holy cow. We need tools to adapt to this changing need.
What?
And so I believe that the ones that are in existence out there they'll be traded in. The manufacturer will refit those up and offer them up for sale.
Well, I guess my question for you would be, if the money's granted, why wouldn't you just go get it while you can? Because 4 years from now, you're going to hope there's one available, and it's probably going to be twice the price. So if you have the money allocated and it's available, why wouldn't you get it now? Why would you wait 4 years?
Vice Mayor, Councilman, you have very good points. What I'm trying to convey to you is the 5.3 and a half does not get me through my animal protection officer fleet, doesn't get me through the police fleet. We're gonna be taking this and analyzing it pretty hard on how to make this stretch to get us to the point where 4 years from now, I'm not coming back to you and saying, okay, all of this didn't work. Now I got 60 vehicles they're on death's door. And so we're going to be making some prioritization decisions based upon, you know, really the status of those 2013s. There may be some that are cost efficient still to drive, but we definitely have some that the maintenance, the cost of maintaining those vehicles has exceeded the vehicle's value now. We're wasting money every time we try to fix one of those. And so we're going to have to take a look at our fleet to prioritize what can we get another year out, how many can we squeak another year out, another 2 years to do that. And so, you know, once council approves and the voters affirm our 1 cent efforts here, the police department's going to take that total and figure out how to juggle that across these needs. And working with that tactical rescue vehicle is going to be taken into consideration. Where does that fall in these priorities?
Councilman Gamera.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll leave you alone for a sec, Chief. Stop asking about that vehicle. This is a question for Carter. I don't know when we're going to be approving these 1 cent allocations, but is it fair to say that even if we're approving the allocations at this point, when these sorts of purchases are made, they will need to come back in front of council for like a final approval phase? Or once we give the okay on allocations, is that essentially our approval for those purchases over the course of the next 4 years? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, you're right. Projects are a good example, street projects and so on. You have the opportunity to award bids in each of these for the most part. So I would agree. This is more of a two-phased approval process, if you will.
Thank you.
Councilman Cathey.
As an aside, basically, this whole process right now is as much anything to let the public know exactly what we're gonna be spending our money for, rather than just saying, so this is almost a campaign proposal or ad for the 1 cent proposals. And technically, we cannot campaign for it, but this is telling the people where we will spend the money, and they can even look at these and see that, okay, they're gonna spend this on vehicles, they're gonna fix my street. So, to me, that's what this is, and the purchase of those vehicles would show up on the consent agenda when the bids come in for our final approval.
Well, once it passes, we won't see any
If
details.
it does, yes, absolutely.
Any other questions for
And
the
you
chief?
don't really wanna know my opinion on that truck.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Shoot the damn cats.
Thank you, Rube.
Mr. Mayor and Council. So this looks like we have the entire list that we came in with. It totaled at $20.5 million. That obviously was not realistic with what was coming in for projections. So we whittled it down to the basic needs, starting with our fire station 1 replacement. It's a 46-year-old building. The last 3 years we've allocated about $250,000 for a new alert system, fix the flooring, fix the kitchen. During the flooring project, they found a bunch of asbestos, black mold, had to do a bunch of mitigation for that. And that doesn't even go to say with what comes in the facilities assessment for through 2027, which was upwards of almost $2 million. So this is something we feel is extremely important to get on the books and get rolling, because with the design, the engineering, finding a lot, securing the lot, and getting everything rolling, this will be a longer process. And the longer we wait, the more expensive things are going to be, and the more money we're just going to be dumping into the current building. Engine 5 quint replacement. Engine 5 is a 2014. It's met its shelf life. Quint is a aerial device and a pumper, so that would give us a second aerial device outside of our primary ladder truck here downtown. The reasoning for putting it up at Station 5 is because that protection would be optimal over on that side of town with all of the commercial buildings, the bigger houses, and it would give us that second aerial device when we do have something in one of these high-rise buildings downtown. Then we can scrub both sides of all 4 sides of the building in case we need to get occupants out. We initially had the truck 1 replacement on this cycle, but with how everything is, the mileage, I think we can make it work until next cycle, and then that way we're alternating cycles between these 2 trucks. So that seemed like the most strategic way to make sure that we weren't jamming it all into one cycle. Rescue 1 replacement, or Engine 1 replacement, it's a 2014, met its shelf life. Rescue 1, 2010, Brush 5, 1994. Our 6 cardiac monitors, those have a shelf life, and every rig needs one. And it's time to replace those ones that we currently have. 3 support vehicles, one of those includes, well, we have it split into 2. One of them is for the chief position. Currently, there's no vehicle for the fire chief. And then the other 3 are gonna be for deputies and training support. All those vehicles used for emergency response, training, admin use.
What do they currently use now? I didn't mean to interrupt you, but since you're going line item, I wanted to jump in there.
So they currently have 2014 and older F-250s. And so those will either get traded in or cycled out, maybe even used as some of the snow removal on some of our stations so that our guys aren't out there with shovels, you know, when they need to be ready to respond to calls.
Councilman Casper.
Back on the quint replacement, you said that was a combination ladder pumper?
Yes, sir.
Is that the old T1?
No, engine 5 is a pumper.
Okay.
Yeah. So
The
that'll be a second aerial device, and then that way we'll be covered when truck 1 from downtown is out of service like it is right now. We have a backup aerial.
What did we do with the old aerial? Because I thought I saw it here in town within the last.
That was auctioned off or slated to be auctioned off.
So it is still around town.
I think it's in the final process of being gone. So.
Okay.
Yeah, we hung on to that thing for quite a while.
Yeah.
And then our replacement extrication equipment that goes on Rescue 1, that's all from 2010. It's outdated, and that's stuff we use all the time. Car wrecks, when we need to cut people out, we gotta have stuff that works. Station 3 air compressor, we need to have another air compressor at one of the stations, just with what is happening with cancer research and what we're being exposed to. We're having to wear our bottles and make sure that we're diligent in every fire and any time we're exposed to any type of chemicals or carcinogens. And then when you have an entire big incident where everybody has their bottles on and we blow through the entire system, then it takes hours and hours and hours trying to ram it through 1 or 2 air compressor stations. So we need another one and get it at Station 3, then we can distribute between the other couple stations that do have them. I already spoke about this other support vehicle. And I believe we are, and then the Station 5 extractor and gear dryer. That's what is specifically used to wash our bunkers, to get the chemicals out, get the carcinogens off, and keep our people safe. I mean, we have to have it. Cancer's real, and the more we can protect our guys, the better. So the rest of this, we looked at it, and you know, all of our bunker gear replacement we can probably allocate into different ways, different line items. You know, look at different grant fundings for the rest of it, and you know, these things that we do have listed are absolute. We got to get it going.
By postponing the bunker gear replacement, do we have anything allocated down the road out of our general fund, or
so
are you
we
going to
can
wind
probably
up?
assign that to a safety line item.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're not going to defer.
No, we're not
all of
gonna,
it.
we're going to have to. That bunker is, you know, we have to have those.
Well, I knew that had been presented, and I hoped we weren't just deferring everything
Yeah.
another 4 years.
No, we're gonna. That'll be put into a safety line item.
Okay.
Anybody else have a question for? All right.
You got off easy, it's because you're new.
Thank you guys.
I have one line item.
The most important resource in Casper, in the state, in the West, in the world, is clean, fresh water, and that's what the River Restoration Project is about. We've leveraged $3 million in past 1 cent to create at least $8 million or more in grants that we have done for the river restoration so far. We have saved several pieces of infrastructure. We were one high water event away from losing many of our drinking water wells over in the Murad field. We did save one for sure that we know of with the rocks that we put in. We saved Wyoming Boulevard, both of which would have cost more to fix than the river restoration, which was about $1.5 million in that section of the river than what it would have taken to fix that infrastructure. We still have more infrastructure along the river that is one high water event away from damage, maybe catastrophe, if we want to be over dramatic on that. And we have 30 million, I'm not going to name them. We want me to name them? No, won't name them. We won't do that. We have 30 million left in 3 reaches, and this money would not go toward that 30 million. It would go toward leveraging for the grants to reach the 30 million to do the 3 reaches that we have left.
Any questions? All right, thanks.
Streets. Oh boy. Bring it.
You bring up water and sewer too, Jim?
Yep.
Because you can't typically do one without the other. Well, you can, but it's pretty much folly to fix the street and then come back a year later to do the water or sewer main. Good news is, the funding that you've allocated, or currently have allocated, is not too far off from maintaining a status quo. The 4.65 that I think is proposed for streets now, I think you get that up to 5.5, you maintain the streets at a status quo network. Now, if you start improving the PCI, that magic 59, I don't think you need 8 million. You can start increasing that PCI incrementally at around 6.5 million a year. So I don't want you to think we have to fund streets at 8 million, although I'd love it if you would. But you guys have got a lot on your plates and a lot of challenges on how to fund everything. So a status quo budget to maintain a 59, you're looking at a 5.5 million for streets. I wish these would simply say miscellaneous streets, and you simply allocate 4.65 million to that. Because I may well, what's that?
You don't want to explain each one of those?
I'll be happy to do so.
I'm good.
But if you scroll down, certainly you included in the 1 cent allocation for streets is 2.6 million for fleet, which is critical to our operations, much like PD, much like fire. That goes to the 13 tandem with snow plows and salters. It grades alleys, it replaces alley approaches, it does curb and gutter, it does sidewalks. So 13 tandem, it's got the loaders, it's got the graders, all that's included in that 2.6 million over the next 4 years. These have not been married with the water and sewer projects, which is why these priorities may shift as we start taking a look at street priorities with water and sewer priorities. Certainly the static one for, if you go scroll down just a little bit, Jill. WYDOT has got a lot invested in this community over the next several years, and you will see an allocation even further down, I think.
What are you looking for?
I'm looking for WYDOT.
So is it this?
What's that? It'll be under water and sewer.
This one?
It's that one. This one we are going to have to do when WYDOT does I-25. We have water and sewer mains that cross underneath the interstate. That now is the time for us to replace that aging infrastructure. It needs to be replaced, and now is the time for us to do it. So that 2.1 million, we know we have to do. Some of these others, we will take a look at the street priorities and start merging those, if that makes sense. Some of these street projects, we may simply do a trench patch. The street may be in good enough condition, unlikely, because typically when the water or sewer infrastructure is pretty bad shape, the street on top is also in pretty bad shape. So we may allocate some additional money to fix the street at the same time. rather than just put a nice trench patch on a bad road, if that makes sense. So that is static. We know we have to do those water and sewer improvements when Whiteout does their improvements. And the 2.6 million for fleet is really critical to our operations. You had a question earlier if some of these would be done internally. Most, if not all of these, will be contracted out.
Well,
They're both, I'm sorry, for both the streets and the water and sewer.
Councilman now.
Carter had mentioned earlier that we would have to give you some guidance on the split between roads and sewer, but I would think from our standpoint, we would need your guidance on how that needs to roll, not the other way around.
Vice Mayor, Councilman, I think your question was predominantly related to water and sanitary sewer, how that split was going to be made. And you're right, historically, it was, well, not historically, the last 1 cent cycle was $2.5 million per year to water and $500,000 per year to sewer. You're going to have another opportunity to take a look at that split yourself when we revisit the pro forma and that rate model, because what doesn't get funded out of 1 cent is going to come out of reserves, and that will simply have to bump up the water and or sewer rate to accommodate that. But I would expect a very similar split, a 3 to 1, if you will, 4 to 1 going to water versus sanitary sewer.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, and just to be clear, the proposal that you have in front of you tonight compared to the 16 proposal is 2.6 versus 3 million each year. So, you know, and you can see it up there. We tried to highlight that figure on an annual basis to the, there you go, thank you. And so just to keep an eye on that, that'd be the figure I'd highlight for you. Thank you, highlight, perfect. That was outstanding.
Of course.
But the 2.6 is that magical figure right there that you can adjust if you like.
Are there times when you're in, I mean, obviously there's times when you're tearing up that road and you're getting down to the water and sewer that they're fine and you can leave them, right? And
We generally know that ahead of time.
oh, do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll make that determination before the project's even put out and combine them.
And Mr. Mayor, the only other thing I would add, if I could, is the way that you can also sort of drive that is by the amount of capital that you want to do. If capital stays static, then that's where Andrew's refrain about reserves coming into play takes place. You can control that as well if, in fact, we don't do as much capital.
Councilmember Pollock.
Thank you. And thanks, Andrew, for saying that we don't have to get up to 8 million, whether that's just to make us feel better or whether it's true. I appreciate it one way or the other. It makes it feel much more attainable. And so my question is, if we leave 1 cent here, which I'm enthusiastic to see that it is more well supported than it was in 1 cent 16, both for just what we see when we're looking at needs and what the survey results indicated. Do we need to increase the funding here to get to that maintenance threshold that you've indicated, or can we find general funds or other funds to help split the difference? I'd love to see us funding streets at the maintenance level as a bare minimum moving forward.
You're only talking about $500,000 more,
Yeah,
right?
we're close, right?
I mean, we're almost there, if I heard you correct.
Vice Mayor, Councilman, I don't know where you're going to find it out of the general fund. You've just went through that budget. That's awful tight as well. You know, we do look, you know, when we did the last phase of Midwest, we used some Wyoming Business Council grant money. If we do K Street, we're looking at a build grant. But those are, we can sometimes find grants for those types of big, complete reconstruction, complete street projects. It's very hard to find grant money when you're resurfacing the street. No, you don't get any grant money for that. Replacing some curb and gutter, very hard to find grant money for those types of capital construction.
But we have you at 4.8 and you want to be at 5
I'd be happy with 8.
You didn't hear my question.
to
We have you at
maintain.
4.8, but you mentioned 5.
5.5 if you're happy with the street condition network as it is now and maintaining that. I think that will be a good maintenance number for street maintenance.
So if we could find another 2.4, 700,000 a year, it sounds like we're on the way, right?
Vice Mayor, Councilman, yes, I believe that's correct.
There you go, Carter. You got work to do.
Did you have something, Steve?
Yeah, I did, and then I lost the train of thought.
I guess I'm just asking my fellow council members, am I correct in assuming we want to get to that 5 point, that we want to find that other 700,000 a year? Or am I just talking off my head, or does that sound like something that's what we want to do?
I'm all for it.
I'm all for looking at the options,
Yeah.
but I don't,
Again, that was the public's #1
it is.
thing.
But if we only do 4.8 and we're 700,000 short, and we're gonna fall short of that even minimum threshold, then we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing, I don't think, as a council. We've gotta do the minimum, I would think. And if he's telling us we're 700,000 short, or 2.8 over 4 years, I think our responsibility, based on the results of that survey and what he's telling us, is we've gotta find that money. Am I?
Well, it depends on where it comes from too, though.
Right.
You can't
That's why
rob
I'm saying
Peter
we
to
gotta
pay
find
Paul.
it. I don't know where it's gonna come from. Unfortunately, we can't pull it out of the sky, but Carter, am I correct in that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, that was absolutely our struggle in preparing this proposition for you. We had a lot of conversation about what that threshold would be from a streets perspective. And in this very room, a lot of very productive banter, if you will, back and forth with regard to what the bare necessities were with each of these categories. And so it is very hard for me to disagree with that figure.
Well, in my mind, I'm thinking 2.8, we've got a $5 million overrun from 16 that would really help solidify that particular section of this and still leave us 2.2, excuse me, out of that 5 million. So we're where we need to be on streets with it, if I'm thinking right. And you've still got 2.2 now that can be allocated somewhere else. Does that sound like that's something that's doable, or?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, I think that would be doable. It wouldn't require us to change the mix in what you have in front of you tonight if council was open to considering that 1 cent 16 infusion.
The only reason it popped up in my head is because Vice Mayor Friel said, where's that money gonna come from? Well, that 5 million sticks out pretty high for me right now when it comes to this particular situation, so.
Councilman Gamron.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. To Councilman Nell's point, I do think that's an option worth looking at for at least this next cycle. However, I believe the city manager alluded to the fact earlier that we may not have the luxury of a similar type of overture 4 years from now, in which case we'll still have to have the painful decision about how to increase the budget for streets elsewhere. So I'm going to still be strongly advocating that we come up with this 2.4 million or this 2.8 million, 4.8, so yeah, the bare minimum. That's what I'm going to be strongly.
2.4.
2.4?
But we already have that 5 million. That's not betting on the come. We have that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, I would say that you will have it by the end of the cycle.
The cycle, right. That's
Jill
what I'm
would be
saying,
when-
though. I don't know if you understood that, because we're actually going to have that money.
We will have it, but 4 years from now, when us or a future council is having the same debate, they probably won't have that luxury, and so we'll be punting it, essentially, in my opinion, we'll be punting it to them to come up with the difficult choices to be made.
Well, is that true, though? Because we can't decide or decipher what the needs are gonna be 4 years from now. And we don't know what tax revenue is gonna be, and we don't know what costs are gonna be. Our job as a council right now is to make sure that the 1 cent money that we have coming in, that we're allocating that over the next 4 years. So the next 4 years is not, there's nothing we do that makes a decision on that. Isn't that true, Carter?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, I would say that you're making some good points with regard to looking at this model more critically in order to come up with that funding is what you're avoiding. And I'm not saying avoiding as in punting. I'm saying you're looking elsewhere to try to help supplement what we're trying to propose to you in this model, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
And so that to me is what the proposition sounds like. It's an injection of other funds into this mix so that the other critical needs aren't going to be compromised.
Correct. And 4 years from now, you never know. They may have another $5 or $10 million. You just don't know.
Right.
Because the last 2 cycles, we've had an influx of money both times.
But the trend is downward in those overages, is my understanding, correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, I'd like to double check my facts, but that is certainly what I would suggest is happening.
Councilmember Pollock.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I think personally I would be more inclined to take Councilman Nell's strategy on it, only because if we find it out of this current 1 cent cycle, we are still underfunding other things. So we bring that up to a certain par, but the other expenses do not go away, and so we haven't really solved the problem. We just deferred one problem for it. We've exchanged problems. So I don't favor changing what has been proposed to us too dramatically, because I do think that there's been work to strike a good balance. I do think I would really like to see us commit to funding at the maintenance level, because I think that's our obligation to futures council people, future generations, that we're not handing them infrastructure that's worse than what we got. I mean, the overages are getting less, but the revenue is trending upwards, so hopefully there's some sort of, continued push to get some of these things taken care of, but I think to just simply say, like, streets is the one thing that we're gonna fund at the pure maintenance level, but nothing else, I think is probably not an appropriate strategy.
Councilmember Sutherland.
Thank you. I just want to agree with what Councilmember Pollock just said. I think, there's give and take here, and I completely appreciate that streets is number one. And I think it's also true that there are other priorities, and some of which are receiving absolutely nothing, that are also important for us to consider. So I think I appreciate and like the idea of using some of the overages from past cycles as well. I think that makes sense and is in line with the priorities that we've heard. But I also am curious about the rest of this conversation, and I think before decisions are made about whether things are reallocated or how to do that, it just feels like we're still haven't yet completed that full picture.
Councilman Gamero.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilwoman Sutherland addressed one of my points, which is that we have not gotten through all of our presentations, and so we're not fully aware of what opportunities may lie. I imagine there's a couple.
True.
And also, I just wanted to note that I'm in agreement with what some of my colleagues have shared in regards to not robbing Peter to pay Paul. We do have important needs. Streets are not the only priority. However, according to the 1 cent survey, it is our highest priority. So if there's any of our needs that are meeting at the minimum level, this should be the first one, in my opinion. That's why I'm so strongly advocating for it. The community has identified it as the highest priority, and so that's why I'm placing it above all of the other ones, because that's what our constituents are telling us. And so I guess I would certainly settle for using overages from past 1 cent cycles to help fill the gap, but what I am more interested in setting a precedent for future councils to bake in an appropriate level of streets funding and not simply find these one-time fees to help us fill the gaps. I would like to set a precedent, bake it into the regular budget so that future councils aren't having to fight so hard for it. They're just accepting the status quo that, oh, we are funding streets at the appropriate level. We're not trying to find one-time pots of money to fill the gaps. That's why I'm being so bulldogish on this, but I am looking forward to the rest of the presentations because I hope somebody else is going to be displeased, I imagine, but maybe I can make Andrew happy. So
Hardly.
that's all I have to say on streets. Looking forward to the rest of the presentations. Thanks.
Councilman Kathy.
On our 1 set 16, what's that very bottom number down there?
58.
Far left column, very bottom
58
row.
58
That
million.
one, 58. You take the 5 million onto that 58, puts you at 63. So I wouldn't say that our overages are decreasing as much as I would say our guess on what we're getting is getting better. So that's where I would come on that. Secondly, I am a firm believer that some of the things we're funding here need to divert back to the private sector. That we don't need to keep funding some of the things that we're funding. And one of those things would be the metro animal. I mean, we cannot keep on going. We have asked the people to, if they want their spay and neuter program, they need to come up with it. We were guaranteed that they would. They have not done anything. So I am not in favor of spending more money on metro for programs that just turn into ad infinitum. When I was on council before, and this is where I'm coming from, is I said that if you take a bag of popcorn and go sit on 2nd Street on the bench and start feeding the pigeons, within 2 hours you'll have more pigeons there than you can feed. And that's where some of these programs have gotten, and they need to get back to the public and let the public support them if they want them, and get back to the actual needs, true needs of the city, which is basically our big 5, which we're talking about right here, which are streets, fire, water, police, and sewer. And those become the biggies that we need to focus on. And we do those things well. That shows a nice city.
Councilmember Pollock.
Good.
You're good? Okay. You are. Everybody else good? All right. Thanks, Andrew.
Stick around, there might be a question or two. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Your bus?
Bus, yeah, bus.
The state would give us a little more autonomy on.
I think I missed the bus, but I'm here. Mr. Vice Mayor and Council, I have requested right at $2 million for the bus service for the next 4 years, $500,000 a year. Years past with other transit, we typically were asking or seeing the requests coming from the transit operator for 1.5 million. Most recently, in the last 4 years, it was 1.6 million. Transit operating budget is 3.3 million. We are fortunate to receive about 2.5 million through federal and state grants. And we rely on our 1 cent funds to help with the match for our fleet vehicles quite a bit. So I guess I am one of the operations that can rely on a different funding source for fleet. We again have 23 fleet vehicles. Many of them are 10 years old. We are in the process right now. We've got 3 that are on order to replace those given supply chain delays. So again, with the $2 million request, I did ask for 100,000 more each year for the next 4 years. Up from the 400,000 to 500,000, we have seen a significant increase in our insurance costs, and that is kind of across the board. But we've also, as Carter alluded to, fuel. Our fuel to feed those buses each month is right now at about $25,000 a month. What has also happened is our maintenance expenses have gone up on our fleet. Our fleet is older, but it's the wear and tear with the usage. Our demand has gone up significantly over this past year. You continue to see reports that show what our ridership is doing, not only for our door-to-door, which is really helping our seniors and our disabled, but also our fixed route. We're seeing more and more people riding the fixed route for employment and shopping purposes as opposed to hopping in their own vehicles. So the maintenance expenses for the month of June right now, we are sitting at $75,000 for maintenance. So you can see why I kind of am looking towards needing that extra $100,000 a year to cover fuel, maintenance, and insurance costs. Again, relying on the base that we've had over the last several years to provide for the matches, not only for fleet, but for some of the other equipment needs that we've had. Whether it's cameras on the fleet system, we're also doing some matches on some fencing and security projects at the site. So that's the $2 million. Also nestled in here, there's kind of, I think, a little bit, the 115 I wanted to bring up. There's $115,000 budgeted that actually, even though it shows as unfunded on mine, it was showing up in Zulima's facilities budget. $115,000 for the flooring in our bus barn. So out on the facility, we have a bus barn that houses approximately five vehicles. The building was built in 1968 as part of originally the Parks Department. The floor has settled over that time and has compromised our sewer and sump system. It was detected after Zulima's facilities assessment, so this was all literally uncovered the latter part of April. And so we did get a quote or an estimate to have that torn out and to have the floor re-poured and a different drainage system put in. The floor is literally breaking away from the four side walls of that bus garage. So at $115,000, I did put that in for a 1 cent project over the next 4 years. So that's bus services.
Question.
Councilman Nell.
Can we, I've been in the oil business most of my life, and it's obvious that over the next few years, the price of gas will come back down. I don't even think it'll take that long. And so I'm just wondering if we couldn't, because we're looking for places to skim, Ms. Becker, so I'm wondering if we can't scale that back a little bit based on just general knowledge that fuel will come back down and it won't be such a hindrance on your operation.
Mr. Vice Mayor and Council, I don't want to say good question, I think that's overused. Excellent question, right? We are actually identifying a plan now to go out and look at electric fleet. We're being tasked by the FTA to do so. We know that'll take time to transition, but in one of our recent RFPs, we have asked for an electric bid on one of our buses to just see what it would cost to transition one of our buses to an electric system and everything that would go along with it. So we are looking. We were one of the divisions that saved 1 cent funds over the last 4 years, and so I'm proud of that. We were fortunate to get CARES funding, as you all know, strictly for transit operations, and through that we did not delve into our 1 cent. So to your question or your suggestion, do I see the potential for savings? Yes. Do I see it obviously in this next year? No. I mean, we're scrap it. But long term, yes.
Is that part of the 5 million? Some of them are unused, or does that stay in there?
No, it's tossed back into the.
Okay, so it is part of that? Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it goes back into the open pot.
Okay.
And willingly, so.
Sure.
We were fortunate, and I think we managed the CARES funding very well over the last 3 years, so.
I appreciate the answer, thank you.
Councilman Casper, did you have a question?
Yes. Everything, or one of your big expenses that you were talking about was fuel.
Yes.
Okay? Bruce's Trucking Company, I'll bet, is charging a fuel surcharge. The airlines are charging a fuel surcharge. Everybody is charging a fuel surcharge rather than just flat raising rates. betting on hopefully the fuel prices will come back down. Should we turn around for the paying customers and start increasing their rates to help cover that fuel? Because it sounds like they're using city money rather than their own money to go back and forth to the grocery store because of the price of fuel.
Here, Mr. Mayor, Council, that is not a good question, but. Let me say that.
Honesty, I love it.
We have not proposed rate increases. I look at who we serve. Okay, I'm seeing a few heads. You can tell me exactly what to do, but we've not increased our costs.
Does the feds allow for a fuel adjustment, or the state, the funding that you get?
We've not, I've not heard about that at all, Councilman. So, I've got everything kind of status quo with what we are charging for our ticket prices, but.
Sure. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I actually think it is a good question.
Of course you do. More beans.
But I do appreciate Liz's sensitivity towards that, because the reality is we don't get to really operate with that question in a void. We do have to work with FTA on those kinds of proposals. And you know, while there is local control with regard to managing our system, you know, they make us go through the hoops with them so that indeed they feel comfortable about the dollars that they send to us. Because as I understand it, Liz, and you can correct me here, I don't think we're allowed to use the fare box revenue as match.
No, we can't. You're correct.
Okay.
That's why the 1 cent has been our go-to.
And so consequently, they expect that we keep prices as low as we can routinely for the users that get on the bus.
Councilman Gilmer.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Liz. Your comment earlier about the transit system benefiting from CARES Act dollars and that contributing towards our 1 cent overages from this last cycle, I think reinforce my belief. I imagine people would disagree, but that reinforces the point I was making earlier about not relying on one-time fees to set us up for fixing streets into the long-term future. Councilman L brought up potential fare increases for paying customers. I'm curious of this budget.
Do not put
I'm sorry, Councilman Catherine. Somebody, one of my colleagues on the other end of the table.
I get enough shit.
I'm curious of this budget, how much of that, what does the transit system look like in as far as free service? I know there's free token program and stuff like that. How much, what does that look like in the budget? As far, do we provide free rides for folks, or?
Do we subsidize? Yes, rights. Mr. Vice Mayor, Council, we have in the past been averaging $35,000 a year for the subsidized rides. What we are seeing now is more and more local agencies, churches, other federally funded groups are helping buy tokens for their parishioners, for the public. So we're seeing entities coming in and purchasing tokens and tickets to distribute. But we, on average, have been right at 35,000.
Okay, and I guess the reason I brought that up is I totally understand the point, and I appreciate your perspective that these services are meant to help some of the less privileged and folks among us. But I do kind of believe that, you know, at least the free tokens and stuff, I would love to see the charitable organizations step up. It sounds like they have, which is great. Because I believe that is kind of more in their ball field than the city. You know, I understand us providing subsidized services, reducing rates, but providing free service, I think that's more in the realm of charitable organizations. And so the $35,000 a year won't help us fill the $2.4 million gap for streets, but I suppose it's one small piece of that. Thank you.
Councilman now.
Do keep in mind that that's one of the reasons that we offer them subsidies, is because we get $2.5 million from the federal and state government to help us operate. So there's definitely a win-win for us doing that. But I would urge you to maybe reach out to the FTA or the state entity and about a fuel surcharge, because I believe even they're doing it, Liz. So it may be worth exploring.
Mr. Manager, do we look into that with our fuel and our fleet operation?
It would be from your funder, from who you
Okay.
get your funding from.
Okay.
Because Steve's right, even I get it with my company. We get 20%.
Well, even the government personally operated vehicle rate, or whatever you want to call it, has gone up from 565. As of the first of the year, it was 585. And I'm hoping it will go up again.
It will.
Yeah. So they're recognizing that it's costing more to operate vehicles. That's just what I was looking up, was to see what the latest
I
was.
just didn't know if that impacted all of our fleet, not just my buses.
Well, I think it would impact your buses more because you are federally funded and providing a service to those subsidies are mainly for the, I don't want to say the poor, but the less fortunate, if you will. So I think you'll be eligible for it. You might be surprised. It'd be worth checking.
It will be.
Yeah.
Councilmember Paul.
And I would appreciate if you not only check if it's possible, but what we think that would gain us, because I suspect it would not be very much.
You'd be
per bus ticket.
No, it's on your fuel. It would give you, the average is 20%. So if you're spending $25,000 a month in fuel, you'll get a $5,000 rebate every month on a fuel surcharge. That's how it works. So it's only on fuel. It's just it's a fuel surcharge. So, and you're using fuel to operate these buses. So if you're spending $25,000 a month in fuel, you'd get $5,000 back. 20% average would be your savings or your kickback from our funder.
That sounds like something different than what Steve Cathy was proposing, which would be a rate.
Yes.
Oh, I don't want to see a rate increase on our people. I mean, we're already funded for that. I'm just talking about fuel. I'm trying to get you some money back on the fuel because I think it's available.
And I'm paying more per run based on fuel cost. So
Yep.
instead of a company charging me $2.50 a mile, I get an extra 25% tacked onto that, and they list that as a fuel surcharge. So that is different than what Councilman Nell is proposing.
Homework assignment.
There you go.
Any other questions for Liz?
I'm gonna roll on back.
Thank you.
You didn't
So
miss the
you
bus
didn't
after all.
write my question. I think that's the first time
Love
in
that.
8 years that somebody has
People
said,
should say that
that's
more
a
often."
good question.
People should say that more often. Liz is in the Hall of Fame now.
That's because she's a K-Stater. I know her.
To do what?
So the parking structure also has 2 items that weren't funded. Did you want to talk about those?
The parking garage?
Parking garage?
Oh.
Parking structure,
That's
parking
okay.
garage?
Yep.
It's up to you.
They're not funded.
That's not a good question.
Sorry.
Your Honor, members of council, yes, I did have the elevator in the parking garage is compromised. It's being examined currently. And then I'd also had a license plate reader program that was requested by our contractor, Republic Parking, as a more efficient way to get away from ticketless entry with the arms that we're used to at the parking garage, and to go with the license plate reader program and be able to do more with the monthly tenants and so forth. So I did have $51,000 for that. I have a little bit left. I may be trying to look at some general fund dollars with my parking fund. So I'm not sad about this, but it's up there for that reason. It was a sacrifice. We all had to. Those are mine.
Councilman now.
Thank you, sir. Did we ever get anywhere on selling advertisement in the parking garage as a form of additional funding? I know we had talked about it.
Go ahead, sorry.
No, Liz was shaking her
We did, we got an opinion,
So,
legal opinion.
okay. Do you want the legal opinion?
I guess I just want to know if that was an opportunity for us funding, because I think Steve brought it up and I like the idea.
Do you mind if I defer?
Sure.
Yeah.
Very good. As I recall, the question was if we can have advertising there, and we said that you could have basically people say, you know, we support Joe Blow's auto transmission, supports your parking here at the city garage or whatever. Basically as a saying that I'm a supporter of this, that I'm a sponsor of this, but when you go into where you can actually give some type of spiffy little phrase, and you're now paying to have spiffy little phrases on public property, you really can't do that. So you can have sponsorships, but you really can't have probably what most people would say is advertising, as far as matching that with some type of a rhyme or jingle or clever little word phrases.
Well, as a follow-up, couldn't we still sell those? And because half the time that garage is free to park in, and so they could be paying for the free times?
No, you know, I think probably I must not have explained myself well. We're talking here about whether people who paid for the parking.
No, I'm talking about, and
Let me explain it the
Okay.
best way. If you look at the Casper Event Center, there is advertisement all over up there now. Businesses are paying to advertise on the walls of the event center. Can businesses do the exact same thing in the parking structure on the walls, buy advertisement space, and pay for those spaces?
so when you pull into park, there's somebody's ad right in front of you, and they paid to put it there.
Yeah. And I tell you, if the lease provides for that, and the entity, the baseball people get the money for that, so if the parking Republic gets the money for that, it's not gonna help your budget, but that would be possibly a way to do it, so that if we're actually just leasing that whole facility to them, they get all the money, they can decide if they wanna put parking up or not, it's their decision.
Well, couldn't we take part of it, just like the naming of the Ford Wyoming Center? We split that with OBG 360.
Well, part of our contract is they get a certain amount of revenue, and if they make their revenue, then we don't have to pay as much in the subsidy. So something like that, but I don't know that that's our lease.
I was just curious, since we were on the parking garage, I was trying to help bring that cost down by those, and I'd never heard an answer on it.
Mr. City Manager, do you have something to add to that?
Thank you. One of the other things that we're looking at is the idea that you gave Zulema the authority to review, and that is selling naming rights with respect to a number of our facilities. I would hope that we could cast the net to include the parking garage in that, basket of options that these experts in this kind of a field will help us to determine. So while we may not be able to do exactly like the ice arena does or the event center does or the baseball fields do, I'm hoping that we can find a wide range of facilities that we can sell these naming rights to that'll give us another way of getting into that very question.
Police Department.
Yeah, why not?
Platinum Realty Police Department.
When we renew our contract, if we do so with the parking garage lessees, we could write something in there similar to what we've done at the event center.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
How much longer do they have on that contract?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, it expires June 30th of 2024.
Well, we may want to put that on a future agenda item so we don't forget it 2 years from now. Just a thought.
We have anything else on this?
Mr. Mayor, I think that's all of the presentations that we have available for you tonight. However, I did note a couple of the sort of larger points that were made during this roundtable. And if council's prepared to give some direction in that regard, I'd gladly take it. If we need to have a part two, I'd certainly be prepared with homework in that regard. But what the ultimate goal here is to have that middle column reflected in a resolution that you all would ultimately approve on the floor that really does serve as your contract with the community in terms of how you would spend these dollars. And that's our ultimate objective here.
Councilman Gamron.
Sorry, I know I don't think I got anything around the table, so I'm trying to get it all out now. Did we not cover community assistance category? I don't recall going over the.
Yep, we did.
We did.
Should have been paying attention.
I guess so.
We were mentioned that, can I, along your lines of the community assistance, you had mentioned the NIC was in there, but I see the NIC is up in cultural and entertainment. Is that where it was? Yes. Fort Casper History Museum, Art Museum.
Amber said it's in both of them.
Do what?
Amber said it's in both of them.
Can we pull up the community assistance?
No, it's
Is
just
that what that
community
is?
assistance,
Okay.
$400,000.
The, Mr. Mayor, the very first column next to the description sort of column entitled funded amount is exactly what we are recommending for that entry of about $3 million, if I remember correctly. So that's your list right there. That would be included in the community assistance.
There's 400,000 there for the NIC. But now, if you go to culture and entertainment, is there anything listed under there for the
No,
NIC?
it's not.
Okay.
Can I ask that we, I think we're gonna need more time with this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's already 8 o'clock, so we certainly don't need to keep beating our head on it, but I think there's gonna have to be some more discussion, because I still think Kyle's right. I think we're gonna have to find a couple places to trim and make some people unhappy, and I like the idea of using that one-time money, but I think he's right. I think we need to be probably just a little sharper with some of these. But that's gonna take some time and probably needing everybody here. Yeah.
Councilman Gamron.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I must have been spacing out when we were going over community assistance, because I have some questions. If we're gonna have a follow-up conversation, I'm fine holding on to some of those questions. I do think it's probably necessary. But one question I didn't want to hold off on was stormwater infrastructure. I don't believe we addressed that this evening. I believe in the last cycle it was $125,000 a year, but I don't remember in our resolution that was in our packet. I don't believe it showed up in there, and I don't remember talking about it tonight, so I wanted to talk about that before we left.
He did talk about it because there was zero funding in it. That's why.
Follow-up comment then. I don't like that either. I had asked earlier this week about the figure I thought I remembered hearing was that we needed $1 million a year to maintain stormwater infrastructure. It sounds like we had asked around city staff, and we have a backlog of millions of dollars of stormwater projects. And so, while I want to find Andrew's 2.4 for streets, I also am not loving the fact that we don't have anything for stormwater. And so I know, I believe WHAM is. Carter, can you remind me, did WHAM pass a resolution to allow municipalities to try to collect utility fees for stormwater? Is that something that's being addressed in the legislature potentially? But
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, the statutes actually accommodate cities and towns who want to pass a surcharge to develop an enterprise, if you will, pertaining to stormwater. And so, undoubtedly, another thing council could consider here in the near future is creating an enterprise that would involve a surcharge to help generate some of that maintenance funding and potentially project funding over time.
Follow-up, I'd like for us to explore that. If we can't find it in one set, I think we need to find it somewhere, and so I think that's a conversation worth having.
Councilmember Pollock.
Follow-up, I think it's better suited for an enterprise fund than it is for one cent, because an enterprise is more stable.
Mr. Mayor,
Motion to
you mind if I get
Mr.
some
Yes, sir.
closing direction here?
Sure.
So pursuant to what sounds like the direction to come back with a part 2 of this conversation, which I can completely appreciate, there's a couple things I'd like to put in your thought process while we deliberate on the interim basis. Number one, obviously streets. What to do with more funding for streets? That's a critical question. Number two is there was some conversation about Metro and potentially putting design money in for Metro. And then number three is with respect to community programs. At the very beginning of our conversation, there was a fairly significant plea to have that considered as well, because you'll recall we really don't have a grant program as a part of this prospectus for nonprofit partners. Although I would still stand by the argument that indeed we are still supporting community efforts, albeit in a different way than through just an all-out call for grants, if you will. So please keep that in mind as well. The other thing to consider, and I, don't necessarily relish this as an option, but if in fact you think we've been too conservative with regard to our revenue projection for 1 cent 17, the 64.5 is what I'm talking about specifically. That's something to think about too, and we can certainly walk through our logic the next time we meet to go over that. And if we've been too conservative, certainly you can tell us that, and we can adjust accordingly. But these are all things that I'd like you to kind of roll around in your minds as you prepare for that next conversation. As far as what I have for homework, I would suggest that having the Trails Trust come in and visit with you would be probably critical for that next conversation. There was some conversation about what the overage figures look like, and I'd really like to tighten that up as far as historical data is concerned. And there was one more piece. I thought there was another piece that I wanted to follow up with you on. Well, the fuel surcharge, I think, is something that maybe we can have kind of tightened down as a concept, possibly. And if there's other pieces and parts that we may need to be doing for homework, I'd be open to that too, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Sutherland.
Thank you. Carter, just a quick follow-up on your the last comment you made about whether or not we might feel you've been too conservative on the projections. Can you just clarify for me? So we were talking about, possibility of 5 million in overages from this last cycle. Is that, am I mistaken, or is there a consideration of COVID in that, or is that not accurate to think about, that number might just be representing, everything being off during that period of time?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, thank you for that clarification. All that $5 million represents is simply the measure of over collection beyond what it is that we thought we would get 4 years ago by the time the cycle ends. And so that potentially could be conservative as well. I feel pretty good about that as an estimate, and certainly when February rolls around, you're going to have that in hand to be able to say, well, this is what we got, and we think it'll be $5 million. But that really only represents the collection cycle concluding with 1 cent 16.
And that was for I'm sorry, a quick follow-up, is that okay?
Uh-huh.
So that was for this past 4 years, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
And then, am I mistaken, you said in the prior 4-year term, it was around $12 million?
Mr. Mayor, that I believe is correct, but I am going to tighten up that fact for the previous 2 cycles just so you have that historical data.
Okay, Okay, that's helpful. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what that trend would look in order to understand whether or not this would appear to be conservative or not, if that makes sense. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman,
I understand the need to, or the want to relook at those and maybe feel like you're being too conservative, but when we're in high inflationary times, of course, things are more expensive, so you collect more, but then people are also spending less. So I would be cautiously against adding another dollar to that. I'd rather see a $10 million overrun at the end of 4 years than to come up short. And because we're coming into unprecedented times. Inflation hasn't even really hit us yet. I'd be really afraid to think that we might even be short where we're at.
Okay.
That's just a thought.
Councilman Guzzo.
Along the lines of Councilman Nell's comments, what I was gonna ask is, if we did raise it, and I'm with you, I think we need to stay where we are. But if we were to raise it, and let's say we come up short on the 64.5, how are we going to allocate funds then?
Yeah.
Are we gonna cut it straight across the board? If we come in 10% under, are we gonna cut everybody 10%, or how are we gonna go there? Because that greatly affects equipment replacements on both fire and police. And so then do you back to deferring streets again? Or what will be our priorities then if we don't come up with the 64.5?
Yeah, very good point.
That's a decision to be made 4 years from now.
Right.
Well, maybe made next year.
Well, stop it.
Well, no, not
Okay,
next year, because we're
follow
still
up on this.
collecting
Yes, sir.
this money.
I feel good about the
Yeah.
direction.
Okay.
Is it okay, Mr. Mayor, if we bring that up as soon as we can, as far as the next
Sure.
meeting is concerned, on this
You guys
topic?
good with the next work session?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Councilmember Paul.
One clarification, I would say for Metro, I'm not specifically advocating for design, just for whatever the step that most soon needs to happen to start a process for that facility.
Okay.
Can we get a copy, just as a final, can we get a copy of that so that we can study that before our next work session?
Oh, of this spreadsheet?
Yeah, the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
That's a little more cognitive for me. So
No
if I
problem.
could get a copy of that emailed to me, that would give me some time
Yeah,
to be better prepared for our next work session.
no problem.
Thank you.
No problem.
All right, you ready to move on?
Yes, sir.
Okay, move on to SRO program, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, we
Good
had
night, Andrew.
a conversation fairly recently with respect to the police department and the school district critically evaluating whether or not the amount of SROs that we have on campus is adequate, given some of the recent occurrences within our nation, particularly in elementary schools. It just so happens that our elementary school coverage is not what it used to be, even though I would tell you that the police are very responsive when it comes to needs in the elementary schools, just like they are in the high schools. The suggestion is that perhaps 8 officers on campus would be a more appropriate figure than 6, which is what we have right now, or I should say what we had when the school year concluded. So the request is that council consider the increase in FTE in the police department in order to provide officers from our current patrol pool, if you will, into the SRO pool, with the understanding that we would need to backfill the patrol pool if that's the funding source or the provision of officers to the SRO pool, so that the operations of the police department are kept whole on the street, as it were, and then of course accommodated at the higher level that the district is requesting. council is aware that the district has been a very good partner from the funding standpoint. I think that funding is at a 70%, 75% share. Basically matching the amount of time in a year that they would use our officers on campus, and we anticipate that share to continue as a contingency, if you will, for those 2 officers being provided on campus. And that is inclusive not only of the personnel expense, but also the equipment expense, if I remember correctly, as well. So that fundamentally is a request, and we wanted you to have the opportunity to ask some questions and give direction.
Carter, I have a question first off. What's the highest amount of SROs that we've had? I guess maybe the chief can answer this, but the highest amount of SROs that we've had employed within the school district at one time.
Vice Mayor, Council, historically, and I tried to outline that in my memo, historically we only had 2 in the high schools for many, many years. And with the changing national events, the school district approached us with the concept of we really want to augment this. So over a period of just 2 years, we went from 2 to the 10. We augmented that very rapidly. We were there at that 10 for a little while, but the school district began to have funding issues. That some of the things that they were using to fund that did not come through, so they reduced us back to 6. That's 5 SROs and a supervisor. And so our historical high water mark was 9 SROs and a supervisor. And this would be at 7 SROs and a supervisor.
So I guess just a follow-up comment to that then is that we're putting SROs in place or full-time employees in place, but it is all dependent on the funding that comes from the school district. They've obviously shown that they needed to take a step back because they didn't have the funding, which affects our bottom line on this side. Absolutely. Too. So I mean, I get it. If you think you need to put more officers in schools to keep kids safe, I'm 100% behind that. But where was that concern at when they backed it off because they didn't have the funding and backed it from 10 on down? So
Well,
I
piggyback
personally
that,
don't want to just fluctuate.
I'm with you, and that was actually my question, because to piggyback that, what happens when they don't have the funding 2 years from now and they bust you back 3 officers and you've already filled them? Because from what I heard from you, you're going to take them from your patrol and then refill your patrol. So now you've got more officers and you have spots. What happens then? That would be the concern for me, because we've taken on those 3 salaries.
And Chief,
Vice Mayor, Council, these are the deliberations that we're presenting to you. So this is not a small matter when we add FTEs. So I would draw your attention back to when we were at 10. That was a combination of them allocating their funding resources and the conversation of do we have, what's the actual coverage that they need? And so they approached us back with, our needs right now are less. And so if you'll recall back to that time, then Carter came to council and we reduced those numbers from the authorized strength. That immediately came off of our budget. So we responded as a city organization, we responded immediately to that reduction in need. And we absorbed that in the fact that we had unfilled but authorized positions. And so we didn't miss a beat. And if, in this particular case, I want council to know that we've had blunt conversations with them of we don't want to do up and down. The merry-go-round is not conducive for us. We need to be able to plan better. I need to be able to budget for this. I need to allocate my very precious manpower resources in a strategic way. They have been fairly forthright of this is our intent, this is where we think we need to be. And so I don't have a guarantee that it's going to stay at 8, but what I have is a kind of handshake agreement of we get it, we don't want to mess with the police department and their planning on this, but this is where we think we need to be. Now, as far as addressing the Vice Mayor's comment, as your Chief of Police, I recommend that we have as much presence as we can in those schools. I mean, it's in this society, I look at this as an investment in our youth. I look at it as investment of, we don't want to be the center of that whirlwind, but adapting strategies of the persons that would want to cause harm to our children, they're adapting very, very fast, and they're looking for not necessarily the high schools, they're looking for things like this. And so I would recommend that the police department this is a good move for the city, that even though it will take me time to backfill and take me time to retrain persons hired to backfill, that's a sacrifice I think that the police department's willing to make if we can increase that presence in the schools.
Follow up, please.
Oh, hang on just a second. Councilmember Sutherland.
Thank you. I don't know if this is a question or a comment, but I think I'm hesitant to know, and I guess maybe that's where the question is, about this being the right tool for the problem, and knowing that it seems like maybe it's the easiest, quote unquote, right step to keep our kids safe. But we saw what happened in Texas, and I'm not convinced that 2 SROs are going to provide the meaningful safety that we need. And I think we are all aware that prevention is a really important step, and that's not the question before us today. But if the school district is looking to put resources to invest in our children, I mean, I don't want to say that using our resources to, cover that time, the 25% of that time, is the right solution when it might not be. And so I guess I'm really on the fence with this. I want to protect our kids, but I want to do it in an evidence-based manner. And I want to really think through this before I can support it.
Councilman Nell.
Thanks. So I'm not on the fence. The more police present, as far as I'm concerned, the better. My question would be, and I don't think you're going to find anybody to say, no, we're not going to pay to put officers in our schools. My question is, when you do the contract with them, whether it's the city in the school or the police in the school, can we not at least have them sign on for a 4-year deal or something to that effect, to where we've got some protection for our department and for our finances? And I understand the handshake deal, Chief, I get it. I love the way we do business that way, but this up and down stuff that they've proven to do can be nipped real easy in a contract that says, we're gonna provide you 7 officers and a supervisor through 2027 or whatever it is. And that seems to me to be the best way to approach this. Is that something that we could do? Would that be appropriate?
Do you want me to answer?
Sure.
Vice Mayor, we are at the stage where we need to do another contract, and everything's negotiable in those contracts. So the answer to your question is absolutely yes.
Good.
If Vice Mayor, if you'll permit me to also answer Councilwoman Sutherland's inquiry, I would submit to council for their consideration that every school district in the nation was paying attention when this latest deal was struck with Congress that President Biden signed into law. The vast majority of that is to cover the prevention aspects. A lot of that money is going to go to now identifying and hardening targets, but identifying the potential perpetrators on that and promulgating some of those things in the background. So while those things are happening, this is one area that we can make a difference in there. And remember that the goal is to have people never know for sure, is this, if I go to that school, is there going to be an armed officer there ready to do battle? The goal is to keep them guessing. We will still have uncovered schools, but we'll be rotating our people through them with greater function. And this is one of the effective ways to mitigate the hazards of the harm that is being done in our society right now, is to have that armed, trained person there that's established the relationship with the kids, that gets the intel from the kids so-and-so's really talking weird stuff, we need to pay attention. Get the intel from the teachers of so-and-so's parents creeping me out. I'm giving examples, but having that presence in the schools is one of the best things that I can do to provide a safe and secure learning environment for our children. I think there's a lot of federal money that's just getting ready to pour into the prevention aspects of this. In the meantime, this is a good step for us.
Councilman Gamros.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. To Councilwoman Sutherland's point, we've talked about Uvalde a couple times tonight, and unfortunately, we're not getting all the information that I think we deserve as a public, but it sounds as if there was a whole gaggle of officers outside of that school while children were in there getting murdered. And so I guess to her point about being reactive, I would not want us to be reactive in the sense that we feel we have to add SROs to prevent a tragedy like that, when it seems like in those circumstances they weren't very useful, though I have no doubt that our police department is much, I'm a huge fan of our police department, so I'm not saying that it wouldn't be of benefit, but I would caution us against being reactive to tragedies like that, because the benefit seems to have been limited in that case, and I can't immediately recall any school shootings where an SRO stopped the shooter. It could be I'm just ignorant, but none come immediately to mind. My first question is the 25% expenses to cover the cost of those 2 SROs. I didn't see in the memo what that was, so I was curious first off what that cost was.
That's the 3 months that they're working in the summer.
Right.
For us.
What is that hard cost to us?
Vice Mayor, Councilman, we have yet to put the dollar figures to it that we're going to present to, and I tried to indicate as such in the memo that information is going to be forthcoming. That will be upon Ms. Johnson and myself to come up with those numbers so that it is absolutely reflective of these are our costs. But that 75-25 split is something that I would recommend to you is very useful from my point of view. I get those officers back during the summer when our crime rate goes up. I get them back and able to concentrate on that. I also get to use their expertise that they've gained through the school year of working with the kids. We get to take advantage of that expertise during the summer, but it also really helps us meet that seasonal change in crime. And so from the police chief's perspective, this is a good investment, a good return of investment. The 25% that I get for the people when I need them during the summer, and yet we get the benefit of that at the school's expense during the other 9 months of the year, is a really good return of investment.
Thank you, and then follow up if I could. Could you please remind me the number of sworn officers we have on the force? Sorry, this is a multi-pronged question. I'm going to try not to complicate it as I can do. Can you please remind us our current number of sworn officers, how that stacks up historically, say past 5-10 years? Is it greater than, less than, equal to? And then thirdly, what would be your opinion of taking 2 officers currently on the force and simply transitioning them into the SRO program? Thank you.
Okay, multiple questions there, Vice Mayor.
I had to get them all in before anyone cut me off. So.
Council, so, historically, I need to go back to how we got here. When I arrived here 4.5 years ago, we had 98 authorized strength. Over the course of a couple years, working with the school district, that went up to a total of 109. We added a couple other things in there. When the school district scaled back, our sworn authorization level dropped to 106. Today, we're currently, after we've added, the court bailiff position, the deputy chief position, we've added a couple in there. So today, my budgeted authorized strength sits at 108. Now, you're asking me where are we at today? Today, I have 100 officers on the streets. But that is also taking into account that in the month of July, we're going to have some separations due to retirements and things of that nature. So the net impact of all of that is we were briefly at 105. We didn't hold that very long, and we have hovered right around 100 for pretty much the entire time I've been here.
Thank you.
Councilman Johnson,
No, I'm
oh,
good.
too late.
I'm ready to go home.
Anybody else? Amber looks like she wants to ask a question.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little, I don't feel like I can, I don't know if I can support it or not. I'm a little bit on the fence as well, for 2 reasons. One being the dramatic, tug and push and pull and tug that we seem to be getting from the school district that we're being asked to respond to. And the second being, I get a little frustrated that the school district is relying on this so heavily, meanwhile cutting a variety of other support services for students. And that's their business. It's a different entity that regulates that, but in terms of, this is a decision that does impact our budget as well, not just theirs. And so, if it was 100% cost to them, then I would not care so much what they're doing with their money. But since it does affect us, I think that it's our obligation to make sure it is the right choice for the community at large. And I think that the data is a little unclear. I do understand, to Councilman Gamrot's point, one single SRO, whether or not they'll be able to stop some sort of mass casualty event while it's happening, maybe not. But I did hear from the last SRO presentation that there have been a lot of preliminary events that could have led to something like that were interrupted. And last time I feel like I tried to ask for some data on that, and it seemed maybe a little bit unclear if we have any specific statistics on those sorts of interventions and incidences that have occurred in our community. But I do recall at least some anecdotal evidence provided by the chief that while some of those high profile events, maybe that's not the purpose of having an SRO in the school.
I'll make a comment
Sure.
real quick. Is that so? To go back to Texas itself, that's a leadership. That problem is a leadership problem itself, and that doesn't reflect anything that happens here. I personally agree with the fact that what you brought up is that I would rather see a contract in place for a set period of time, not a year, not 2 years. I'd like to see it be a 4-year period of time, so that we don't have this fluctuation going back and forth. I think they're important to have SROs in there. The more that we can have, the better. But they're all trained. They're trained to go in and do what they're supposed to do unless they're told to do otherwise. So I'm behind it in making it happen, but I would rather see that it's for a period of time so that you don't have to sit here and backfill or have 2 open positions if they decide to cut 2 and to backfill them that way. So, Councilman, no.
I agree. I'm 100% behind it, but I would like to see a 4-year contract in place. And there's one other point that hasn't been brought up, and I know the chief will get behind me on this. An SRO isn't just in the school to stop an active shooter. They are in those schools. They get to know the kids. They build personal relationships with them. They understand which ones have problems. They're able to circumvent things before they ever even happen, let alone build a relationship with some of our more troubled kids that are more likely to do things like this. They're invaluable in a school, not as protection, but as an authority, police figure, they develop relationships with these kids. And we all know, in the mental health business especially, that the more we can have contact with our troubled kids that may not have direction at home that they need, the better opportunity we're making for our entire community. So SROs they're vitally important in areas that have nothing to do with protection. But so I'm 100% behind it. But I am adamant that in order for me personally to sign off on it, I want a contracted place to protect our police department, our police, because what happens is we end up having to either lay them off or let them go. If we're fully staffed and they decide to cut back 2, now we've got 2 officers out of a job. And that's not fair. It's not fair to them, it's not fair to our department, and it's certainly not fair to the city. So if we can get the contract, I say let's go.
Carter, oh, go ahead.
Although I don't want to intrude in this debate that we have going, the contract that we put in place last time was mutually beneficial. It also protects this council from saying, hey, we didn't get the 1 cent money, we got to make some cuts, and we need to do it, and we're going to cut some. So we have in our current contract, they have the opportunity to approach us at the commencement of a new budget year discussion. We also have those same protections, being able to approach them and say, you know, our revenues aren't meeting it. We're having to make some tough decisions. So I just wanted to point out that we also have some desire to be able to amend the contract also, you know, with adequate time so that both parties can prepare.
As a follow-up, I can appreciate that, but considering they're paying 75% of that salary, and we're only paying 25% when we desperately need them anyway, we'll find a way to budget it if we don't get 1 cent money, because 1 cent money doesn't pay salaries anyway. So it has nothing to do with anything. So as far as I'm concerned, if you want me behind it, I want a contract in place to protect the city and the department. That's just my personal opinion.
So Carter, you said we could maybe come back to this and get a little bit more information on it, maybe some information by the school district themselves, maybe what our cost would be, and then what that split looks like. Because I know a couple of people have, they don't necessarily want to make a decision on it tonight, so if we could maybe come back to it and get some more information on it. Is everybody good with that?
Do we have time to do that? Does it have to be in place by a specific time?
Mr. Mayor, I would say that in preparation for the next conversation that we have with you, we actually going to use that time to nail down some facts that we would include in the contract. So this will be time well spent. I think having the conversation will help us to cement the arrangement a little more fully. So I'm very comfortable with that.
Okay. Everybody good with it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Vice Mayor.
No.
I'm good with that, but I was wondering if I could have one more question before.
No, you can't. You're out of time.
It's actually a question for the chief. I believe you brought this up. I believe I asked this question and you addressed it last time we talked about the SR program, but could you once more, for the record, I'm being nosy, and I already see a lot of community feedback about this issue and a lot of folks advocating that we should just have veterans stationed at the schools. I believe you've already addressed that. Could you remind us, though, again, what your perspective is of that?
Sounds like I killed a man.
It's a liability issue.
Vice Mayor, Council, you know, there's intense societal debate on what the best tools are for this. When you hire people to perform those responsibilities, you inherit their decision-making processes. So those employees they're not going to have the same background on constitutional principles. They're not going to have the same protections in place for liability purposes. They're not going to have be able to just show the processes by which they maintain their current abilities, their current knowledge of those things. You know, there's many school districts are arming teachers, and there's a lot of discussion on all these options, and I would humbly submit that a trained officer that has been given good guidance, good policies to adhere to, good leadership and good management is an effective tool to stop something from happening. There have been multiple occasions where the SRO on duty did intervene and kept it to just this minimal occurrence rather than there are plenty of documented circumstances. They don't get the media splash, that the ones that were, there was a failure of that. And in the Texas incident, it was initially reported there was an SRO that engaged, then it turned out there was no SRO, so it's not even a fair description that the SRO didn't make a difference, because there was not one there. So in this particular case, it's hard for me to advocate for persons that had training 8 years ago, or they completed a 20-year career in the military, but they sat behind an administrative desk for a while. There's too many variables for that, versus my knowledge of we train with our school people, we train with our school administrators, and we train with our officers, and our teams, they are up there demonstrating on about a monthly basis their ability to handle these things under stress.
Thank you.
And I would submit to you that what happened, the caused delays, that's not our philosophy. It's not within our policy. It's not within our training, and our officers know that, and I have great respect and trust in our ability. And you've been here long enough to see the amount of interaction, the one-on-ones that we have done with the individual schools, identifying the weak spots, helping them to develop policies and procedures to combat these things. The school district's adoption of single point of entry is through our concerted efforts to minimize the things that have gone wrong other places. So we have this good relationship. We want to keep that partnership that we have is valuable to the police department, and I believe it is valuable to the community. I would recommend that we proceed with this. It's the right thing to do for those elementary schools.
Absolutely. Thank you. I'm good.
Good.
I'm good too.
Okay, we're gonna move on to
Wait.
agenda review. I was like, of all people. Agenda review. Mr. City Manager.
Mr. Mayor, I can defer this item.
Yeah.
Okay,
Be happy to.
legislative review. Mr. City Manager.
I can defer that as well.
Awesome.
Yes, sir.
Council around the table. Kyle, let's get you out of the way.
I'm good this evening. Thank you.
Sean.
Nothing tonight.
Councilwoman Sutherland.
Nothing tonight, thanks.
Councilmember Pollock.
As long as I can be assured that the amendment from the parkways will not prohibit our friend who has come to council every time to advocate for parkway parking from parking and address his concerns, I am done for the night.
Councilman Nell.
I appreciate the dialogue tonight. I think it was very fruitful, and I look forward to more of it in the future. So thank you all.
Councilman Cathey.
Well, at the request of the mayor and the vice mayor, I gave a welcome to the 2022 Mrs. Wyoming America pageant on Saturday evening.
So you see, you turn that down real quick.
Do what? Well, there were 5 contestants and probably 40 spectators. So it was not a humongous deal. And by the way, Kyle, you don't want veterans doing it, because if you looked at the Obama administration's report, we are at a high risk of being terrorists.
Well, some of us.
I forgot to ask about Stonehenge, because it's all over social media and I'm getting blasted. So is that coming back up for, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, Mr. Mayor, Councilman, we basically are just gonna bring you some follow-up information, locations, commitment from the funder, etc.
Okay, thank you.
I had a visit Casper meeting today, but it was business as usual, so not a lot came out of that. Still doing their background. We've got a couple candidates coming to town next week.
For Brooks spot?
CEO in place, yeah.
Who selects her? Your board or the?
Board will, correct, yeah.
Cool.
Okay, that's all I got. We are adjourned.
Thanks, everybody.
I don't think I'm gonna.
Good discussion.
Shouldn't have teachers either. But the same people that want to earn teachers, the same as they don't trust them.
Kyle? Excuse me, do you need this for your?